Yo, what is up, everybody? Welcome to the pub. Just got a little bit of a picture there, me and one of my best buddies smoking a little bit. You guys have heard me talk about him before. Classic dude. What's up, Scopper? How you doing, my man? All right. There we are. How you doing, everybody? Welcome to the pub. Happy New Year's. New Year. Sorry, I hate when people say New Year's. I don't want to say it myself. This can come off. Hopefully we can go over some fun stuff tonight. Hey, good to see you, man. I hope you had a good evening last night. We just stayed home and, of course, had a little dinner and a bottle of champagne and watched some shitty TV. I swear the New Year's drop the ball, whatever ball drop Apple, Big Apple bullshit. They've gotten worse and worse and worse. They're just, it's terrible. It would be great if somebody put on like a killer party with great bands, but that is not the case on TV. So we deal with what we had. We still had a great night and happy to be in 2023. I can't believe it. It says it right there. It's a trip, man. Hopefully everybody here survived 2022. I would say it was a good year for us. There he is. What's up, brother? How you doing, man? 2023. Yeah, it was a good year. And I just hope everyone can say the same thing. I know some people had it tough and still have it tough. So, just on to another year. And cheers, everybody. There he is. In the house. Wondering if you sang any karaoke last night, bro. It's not unusual to be loved by anyone. He's a karaoke pro. If it's a shy pub and nobody's rolling, Brother B will jump right up there and grab that shit and belt out a tune just to get the party started. He's good like that. Yeah, you did. Hey! It's a classic karaoke song. Last Dance. Yeah, he's in the house. Boy, this bowl tastes funny. Put a little sprinkling on there. Sprinkle for the a little bit of hashish there. I don't know if you guys are familiar with what that is, but made it myself. All in all, Peaceful, Easy Feeling, and Rocket Man. Nice. Very good, dude. Those are two classics. Peaceful, Easy Feelings, they're both very hard to sing. And also Rocket Man, some of the most misunderstood lyrics of all time are in Rocket Man. I believe he says, the Wrinkle Room. Don't tell me that's the actual name of the place. That is fucking hilarious if it is. The Wrinkle Room. What's up? That's life, but not as we know it. Happy New Year, man. The Wrinkle Room. I love it. I believe the chorus is Rocket Man burning out his fuse up there alone. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure I'm right on that. Out there in outer space, Rocket Man. Space. NASA. That's life. That's life's triggered. He's like, NASA, fuck. check out That's Life sometime if you want to check out an interesting live stream. He's got a nice Scottish accent voice and good stuff. Everyone does their thing. People say that Twitter was going to be collapsing, just crushed. No problem, dude. From Musk, but I haven't seen it. I think it's as lively as ever in there. Although they haven't let on our feller Hayden Hewitt. Love to see him get back, but he is on Instagram, so you can always check him out over there. He was always fun on Twitter, man. He's a good dude. Old buddy kind of got me started on this whole thing, man. So, what are you gonna do? I guess Elon doesn't have time for him. Although Elon did let Richie Allen back on, who I know is popular amongst some of the Brits. So he may not want to. Although with the way he posts on Instagram, and they do use Twitter with the Black Octopus account, I believe, and Graham on occasion does, I'm willing to think that he would joyfully come back on, but who knows? Maybe you're right, Last Dance. Maybe you're right. I don't know. He was always fun to follow, though. Getting into a rue, or what is it? What word is that? Whatever. You know what I'm trying to say. I assume so too. Certainly seems like him. Happy New Year, Scum TV. How you doing, man? Fire in the hole. Right on. Scum TV, new to me. Maybe he has been here before after I've had maybe a few pops and I'm not recalling, which could entirely be possible. Welcome, Scum TV. Interesting name. Ooh, baby. Anyways, I don't know if... Oh, Toronto, cool. Legalized cannabis in all of Canada. I believe Toronto counts, right? Yeah. Although there's a few places like Quebec. I know Toronto's part of Canada. Don't jump all over me. But I think there's a few isolated areas in all of Canada that it's not legal in. Possibly Quebec, and there's another place they won't let them grow their own, but you can still get the legal stuff. Toba, maybe Toba grown, Manitoba. Not quite sure on that. I'd say that you are correct on that one, sir. Last Dance. And I had never heard of James Dreyfus before this, with Hayden and him in the movie and whatnot. I don't know. Had you? Because he does seem to be a somewhat popular guy. Hey, Space Cadet Lottie, how are you? Right on. Yeah, you never heard of him. Oh, you had heard of him. Okay, cool. James Dreyfus. Shit. I had never had. Richard Dreyfuss, obviously, but what has happened with federal cannabis? There have been some changes. I don't know, to tell you the truth. Cool. Thanks, Lottie. I did that a few years ago, and it went poorly because I didn't have the microphone dialed in, but this last time I did. I played it at a family thing, and it was great. People really enjoyed it, but not so good having this down in the corner. Hell, what's a smoke, Steve? Yeah, what does that mean? Smoke, Steve. Oh, Jesus. Okay, cool. Thanks, Cup. I'm going to screenshot that. Boom. That's cool. Right on, Last Dance. Yeah, it was pretty, gimme, 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 huh? Oh, shit. Somebody played something the other day. Oh, yeah. Random Goon put some shit on our Discord there. That shit had me rolling. I don't know if you saw that, Last Dance. The horn. Oh, God. I'm sure some of these Brits know these guys. They're what the hell was that in? What section was that in? Breaking news, more than likely, right? Derek and Clive. Funny shit, dude. Funny shit. Derek and Clive get the horn. Oh my God. Young Ones plus bottom for Comedy Gold. Cool. I'd like to hear anyone who's familiar with Derek and Clive. You got to watch that thing that he put on there, Last Dance. Not now, but it's totally gold. Totally British. Breaking news. That's it. Yeah, I found it. It's on my phone over there. Comedy Gold. Cool. All right, we're getting rolled in. Wondering if you guys got any of the news in the UK. Okay, I got you. Spotty. Spotty. Hey, that's a good nickname for you, Space Cadet Lottie. Spotty. I'm going with it. Spotty in the house. You guys in the UK hear anything, or Toronto for that matter, about the murders that happened here in the US? I think it was in Idaho. 4 people were killed while they were asleep, possibly passed out. Spotty. Yeah. And they just arrested the guy. They say it was all done with a K-bar, which is a marine combat knife. I have one, and it's legal. Legal over here. People look at you kind of funny when you have it hanging off your waist, but still legal. Of course, it could be used as a survival tool, so it's not always a weapon. Strange laws in the state of Massachusetts regarding knives. One of them was written in such a way that if it is a menacing weapon, then it could be deemed illegal by the officer, by the police. Like, it leaves a lot of gray area for that. Criminology student. Right, cup of tea. Now, a lot more people than just that one killer had a K-bar. Although it is a smooth feeling knife, I gotta say. Damn, you did hear it all the way over there, huh? Wow. Yeah, fucking crazy bastard. There. I guess he wanted to do it like Hannibal Lecter style, like straight up with a knife. Yikes, crazy. And rest in peace, those poor children. I guess they were adults, just barely, but man, they were basically kids. It's just terrible. Crazy shit goes on in the world. Some goner. Hey, dude, how are you? From Twitch. Right on, Twitch. Twitch in the house. Some goner. I like it. I like it. Happy 2023, man. Anything that you're hoping might happen? Anything positive you're looking forward to this year? Some goner? Love to hear it. Yeah, and he should get that shit. I'm personally a proponent of the death penalty, not an opponent. So, burn him. You've had a great year. That's good, man. Yeah, in reflection, We've survived, and we had some great times. So I hear you. I think it's a little crazy how $7 a dozen for eggs, shit like that, is like getting a little out of control. I mean, it's survivable, but it's puts stress on families, especially families that aren't maybe well off or comfortable to begin with. Yeah, there's some things that have improved, that's for sure. Some goner, and yeah, like I said, we had a great time this year. All ended up well, and health is wealth, you know. So you stay healthy, you stay happy, keep the family happy, and it's all you can do, man. I just looking forward to the next year, ready to get through the winter. Cheers. One of these pubs, I'm going to have to get some decent beers. The ebbs and flows of life, indeed, Spotty. I'm going to have to get some decent beers on here sometimes. The reason I don't get, you know, some IPO, some lager, some wit beers, whatever, some good stuff, some dark shit, some tasty stuff, some anything with more than 4% alcohol is because I like to drink a lot of beer. So if I keep it light, for the most part, I can control my buzz, as in keep the beer light. If I start going with some what I would call chronic beers, or what other people call them, like normal people, craft beers, I guess, whatever. Yeah, English ales, I'll be fucking passed out back here by 9, which would be 2 for you, I guess. Yeah. Cheers. Oh, look at that. There's a bottle of rum on the floor. Just appeared. It's nice. I did not even have a taste of that last night. Had some nice champagne, though. Actually, nope. Prosecco, Italian sparkling wine. It's a nice version of champagne, if you will. $20 bottle of Prosecco would be like equivalent to like a $40 to $50 bottle of champagne. Good quality. It's not French, so you save a few bucks. 1 a.m. for you. Okay. Cool. I screwed up the math. 9 to 1. Okay. Yeah. I don't know what I said even. I don't know. I broadcast this to the well, first of all, I assumed you're in the UK. I guess that was just an assumption. Did I see any I guess I just assumed you were in the UK. Some goner. Denmark. Okay. Denmark's awesome. I don't think we've ever had someone from Denmark in here. Right on, dude. I got to start getting some little mini flags to put up here. I've got the Elmo. I got the kids, the art from my daughter. But cool. Denmark in the house. Right on, man. Very cool. Very cool. What's the beer of choice over there? Spanish sparkling wine. Cava is underrated. All right. Upside down Elmo. Yeah, he's just having fun, doing some gymnastics. That's a good tip. Cup. Cava. Carlsberg. Heard of. Tuborg. Borg. Never heard of. I like Cyborg. That's my favorite. Facts, if you want to get hammered. Right on. English ales, cool. I've had Bass. I've had plenty of Bass. It's good. Nice sharp taste to it. 10%, yeah. ABV. That's high for a beer. These are 4, maybe 4.1 for a Bud Light. So you'd be talking like 2.5 of these would equal one of those. So I mean, you're talking like 4 to 10. Damn. Carlsberg is 5. Okay. Yeah, that's strong. Good stuff. I like it. We used to carry a beer around here called La Fin du Monde. I think that meant the end of the world. That was like 10%. And to me, it tasted like it wasn't even finished fermenting. It was almost like it was still fermenting in the bottle. I don't know if they did that on purpose, but it had a little bit of like sweetness and a little bit of yeastiness that settled on the bottom. Like, I don't know. I'm surprised some of the bottles didn't ever explode, but hey, look who it is. Sammy Cat, how are you? Happy New Year to you. And she was here Friday night. That was fun. Martin, how you doing, man? Look above, Martin. We got some goner from Denmark. Crazy, dude. Denmark. Martin is from Lincolnshire, Blackshire, Whiteshire. I can't remember. Some shire. Blackmore, Livermore. Happy New Year. Loads. Inside joke. Yes, yes. Yeah, sometimes it does, right, Goner? I've had 7% that taste the Shire. That's good enough, right? Yeah, right. I hear you, man. I've had 7% beer that tastes all right, but once you start getting up north of that, it can be a little bitter and a little off-putting. There was a Bigfoot ale made by Sierra Nevada Brewing Company a few years back that was the Yorkshire. Right on. What was I calling you? Saudi? Spotty. That's it. Spotty with the Yorkshire pudding. Okay, yeah, right. Okay, so this Some Goner guy is on Twitch. I forgot. So only I can see it, and anyone else who happens to see it, who happens to be Last Dance, and that's cool. I can throw some of his stuff up there. Now they can see that Some Goner, and they can see that. So I'll just pop his up there every once in a while. And look who it is. Let's say hello to my lovely wife. Hello. How do you do? All right. And a little bit of a cheers here. Happy New Year. Yeah. Totally. Why, is Biscuit here? Did I miss that? Did I miss a Biscuit? Hey, he is. What's up, buddy? Hey, what did I just do? Sorry, I lost you. Where's Biscuit? Okay. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Hey, man. Welcome. All right. Comments. Hide card comment. Let's get rid of that. Sir. And we'll throw one of these up there real quick. Hey, Martin. Wonder if anyone else calls you Marty. Sorry I took the liberty of that with your name, Martin. No, she's plug-in. Rechargeable. All right, she's got crate chases in. There you go. Last Dance is communicating directly with Some Goner. And Goner is answering him. Nobody else calls you, and hopefully it's all right. If not, I'll try to remember. I'll really try. No, I will. I will try. Did you make it to midnight last night, Martin? I'm sure you did. You like being up at night, having a little fire going. Howling at the Moon. Cheers to days gone by and people that you lost. Cheers, man. Little of the Bacardi 8. Still working on that same bottle. My theory with hard alcohol is if I drink it one night a week, and I only take little tiny nips from the bottle, it'll last me 2 months. The rest is beer and the occasional glass of wine. Healthy drinking with Smoke Steve. Made it to midnight. Oh, I heard about that. Crazy ending, right? Like 12:08 or something? Fucking crazy. Or it was very close or after. I don't know the exact time. No kidding. You had some wine? All right. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. That's cool. You're allowed to, man. It's totally all right. Let me see. What did I just miss there? Around a big old fire. Cool, dude. I love it. Right on, man. Must have a nice yard or a fire pit somewhere. That's one thing I wish we had. Kind of. I mean, not really. I want it, then I don't want it. Because fire season is not in the winter here. You freeze your ass off out there, even with a fire. Might as well be filming Smoke Steve Survival for fucking building a fire in the winter up here. It's cold as shit, yo. Okay, interesting. Last Dance. Very analytical of you. Shit, man. Some cops got attacked by a psychopath. Jesus Christ. All right, that's gold, baby. Whenever I have a little bit of a coughing fit, I'm going to put that picture up and mute the microphone. I love it. I got to write something on that. Be right back. Coughing lung out. Something, something funny, but wisecrack too. All right. See you later, Space Cadet Lottie. Take care. Well, I just noticed that's actually might actually be Space Cadet Lottie because she drew a mustache and eyebrows over maybe a picture like a. That's cool. I like it. Cool, Lottie. I just realized that may actually be you. Right on. Good night and God bless and sleep well. Hey, look who it is. It's that guy. Oh, yeah. I just put a little hash on top. It's a little rich, McGrand. She's a little on the rich side. All right, let me get back to what I had just said. Okay. Interesting. This would have been the person that attacked and injured 3 police officers last night. I believe one of them pretty badly. I don't know why they didn't fucking waste the guy, which is what they should have done, but I wasn't there, so I'm sure they did all in their power to protect the people around them. He got shot but lived. Cool, man. Claypot fire. Absorption. Transman phone. Transman phase. Okay. Oh, cool. It is. It's a Snapchat filter. I like it. Like, we can see your eyes. You look like a kind person, but we don't see enough. It's cool. It's like, it's good. It works. Look at that. Good night. Good night. Yes. Yes, indeed. Well, we're about 30 minutes into this thing. I could play a song, play a little ditty. Nothing really comes to mind, though. Twitch is going crazy. Sometimes I just meander around with the thing. I can always do that. Cool. Join in if anyone wants to. Link is in the description. And you're all welcome to click the link in the YouTube description and join me. I'm going to grab a beer to have one ready to go. Be right here. So here we have the, can you see me? Turn that over. The obligatory gigantic garage refrigerator. I don't know if that's, and of course, the Cosmo Kramer from, if you're a fan of Seinfeld, anybody? Wonder if people in Denmark have possibly have garage or secondary refrigerators. Is that an American thing? Some people in the UK do, but not a lot from what I gather. It's totally unnecessary, but it's great. You can just stock that sucker full of beer. And, you know, during the pandemic, when they were kind of telling us to blah, 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 blee, 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 do this, don't do that, I decided, all right, well, I'll make some things easier and start buying more of it at once and going back. And that's when secondary refrigerator makes sense, when you can store shit away and not have to go out, like reduce your travel, I guess. But I don't know. Did it make a difference? Gotta finally know. How you doing, Last Dance?
All right. Happy New Year.
Same to you, man. Did you get a good outcome from that game, or did you not care last night?
I didn't care. I usually don't even watch college football, but since it was the, playoff games, I thought I'd give it a try. It was not bad. They were pretty good games.
Mm-hmm. Was there some bad reffing?
I mean, it's college refs, so it's not
Yeah.
as good as the pros, but it wasn't terrible, really, not at all.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I think John Boy Media has touched on a few ref things I've seen here and there, but nothing really sticks out. That's cool. There's been a few legendary bad ref calls recently that they've covered, but a lot of them I don't think are in. A lot of them are lower level when you just bound to have bad refereeing. But at some of them, they look like they're really attempting to interfere with the outcome of the game.
You saw that one, I think it was a high school game where the guy, he's tackled short of the first down and the ref just moves the ball up to make it a first down.
Yeah.
Most blatant cheating I've ever seen.
Basically, he was, it looked like he was just going to set the ball like every ref does. Here's where the ball is. I'm going to just straighten it, but not going to move it. This guy went to set it and moved it forward like 16 inches, maybe even more.
And then he said first down, and then
Right.
it was the
bizarre.
darndest thing.
Yeah, that was a good John Boy breakdown. Those guys do a good. They do another thing called the Weekly Dumb, where they just go over it.
The weekly dumb.
I used to get annoyed by them, but I've decided it's funny. I'm going to just go with it, you know? Like their little shtick that they do. It's not that bad. What do you think?
I enjoy it, so I subscribe to his YouTube channel, but I do have some complaints about John Boy Media. For one thing, it's so New York centric. It bothers me. They have some affiliated channels. One of them is like Yankees Talk, and he kept retweeting Yankees Talk, and I didn't want to see it, so I had to block Yankees Talk just so I would stop seeing it because I follow John Boy Media.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess for the general stuff they put out on YouTube, it's not that Yankee centric, but it can be. Yeah, based. I mean, I didn't know what to do at the time, but to tell you the truth, buying a bunch of extra beer, let's face it, not necessarily bad. Then, you know.
I wish I had an extra refrigerator. Mine died during the pandemic when everything, you couldn't get anything.
Oh, yeah.
So we ended up paying like $3,000 for a floor model without a warranty, and it gave it up this year. So it only lasted 2 years. But.
Damn. Yeah. Yeah. A warranty is everything.
Yep.
Appliances nowadays are fucking dog shit.
That's the thing. They're a whole piece of shit. I mean, it's disposable now, like a $20 whatever.
Yeah, I run a building that had like 27 new dishwashers installed about 8 years ago, and we're down to like maybe 50% left. I mean, it's not bad. Like you say, 8 years is pretty good for a new one. So, but I mean, some of them were going after 3 years. Yeah.
And we vaccinated it, Marty, and it still got COVID and died.
Yeah. There he is. What's up, man?
Hey,
good. I had a Maytag washing machine second hand that someone had already had for 10 years. It lasted me another 5 years, I think it was, but it would have lasted like forever if I looked after it, but I just abused it by leaving shit in my pockets and it got blocked up in one of the back pipes.
Mm-hmm. I'll tell you, here's a little tip for you. Maytag washers and dryers have a 10-year factory warranty. So if you're going to buy, Maytag's a great name. Yeah. Now, the problem is a lot of the repair companies will be like, oh, we don't do warranty work. Then you're going to get some Joe fucking scumbag crackhead who's going to come in with like the world's shittiest tools to work, because that's the only guy who's going to accept the warranty money, because it's less than what most places charge, but at least it's something, you know?
I mean, the one I had it had shitty cycles. It took forever to wash clothes. The one I've got now can wash clothes in as little as 15 minutes.
That's huge.
But it probably won't last as long.
Hey, what is this?
I'm sorry about that. I don't have any moderation privileges on Twitch where the spam is.
Okay.
So just ignore it.
Can I do anything about it?
You probably can, but do you want to be distracted by it? there's nobody on Twitch except some
Right,
goner
right.
and myself. So
And I would have to go to Twitch.
right.
Yeah, fuck that.
Right.
No big deal. Sorry, I mentioned the pandemic, and it was like a wolf to a deer carcass. Well,
Yeah,
while she came
exactly.
running. What pandemic? Hold on, mate. Set that fucker straight. Yeah, it's all right. Yeah, I know. Yeah, they would. They may. I don't know. The normies. That's an interesting expression.
Have you taken all your trimmings down yet?
We made a good run at it today.
I
We're
took
gonna
my
do
tr-
outdoor.
I took my little tree down. It's so easy.
Yeah.
I took the little legs off bottom, took all baubles off, rammed it into the box, and put all baubles on top. Done.
So it's a fakie.
Yeah.
Yeah. We took down the tree and all the ornaments, and that was pretty good. Took a huge walk, and tomorrow we're going to do the whole outside area, which is a lot of lights. So.
I think it took me about 3 minutes to take tree down. a lot less time than it did to put it up. I'll be back in one sec.
Cool. Yeah, no problem. That was cool. We have the Denmark guy here. Never
Yeah.
had a Dane.
Dog
Yeah.
wanted letting out.
I don't think we've had Germans before, but I don't think we've had anybody. Who have we had? We had Germans, Australians,
Yes.
people from different parts of the UK.
Right.
We had someone from France once or
Yeah.
twice.
We had a young, like 18-year-old kid from fucking Spain.
We had someone from Spain.
Remember, his mom was in the background. I was like, "Yo, who's that? Put
Yeah.
her on." He was like, "That's my mom." It's like,
We've had
sorry.
Canadians. The piss jug men were Canadians.
Piss Jug Men. They were great. We had a guy from Toronto earlier.
Yep. I don't
South
think-
America?
It seems like we have a woman. I think didn't we have someone from?
Yeah, right. I think she took off because I asked a general question: are human beings affecting climate change, or is it more just a natural progression of the Earth? And I
think
saw
it's
like, of
it's a bit
course
of
we
both.
are, and she fucking was gone.
I think it's a bit of both.
So then, yes, is your answer. Human beings are.
They're making a small change, but I don't think it's as big as they say.
Okay. Last answer. We asked this question probably like 14, 15 months ago. Has your thought changed? That back then you said, I don't really know.
I don't really know. I suspect that we have a significant contribution, but I honestly don't really know.
Mm-hmm. You think significant. Our small amount of carbon is enough to offset the balance because,
Yeah.
when there's one large scale volcanic eruption, the amount of carbon that comes out from one of those babies is equivalent to
That's right. I mean,
multiple industrial ages combined together, I believe.
Well, I mean, that's reason to be skeptical for sure.
It just makes me think is that they want to reduce dependence on gas and oil. Is that part of it?
No, I think they want. I mean, I think they genuinely want to reduce carbon output, and but that's just going to be hard to do. And
It does seem kind of foolish if you have one country trying so hard and another one that is still
Exactly.
building giant coal-fired power plants.
exactly. I mean, it's
China.
China. We won't
Yeah.
name any names, China, but China.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it makes it useless then, with when China and India are just going to keep, dumping.
What gets me is they say don't eat beef, but if we ate all the beef and the cows, then they won't be able to produce methane, will they? That's not the problem. Eating it's not causing it. It's letting too many cows be alive. That's
Correct. It's that we should eat them all and be done with it.
Yeah. Once it,
Right.
we should stop breeding them and just eat
Right.
them.
Imagine how expensive that last steak will be.
Oh, I know, but it'd be so delicious, won't it, if you got it?
Yeah, that's funny. A guy was just on Joe Rogan who claims to have eaten 20,000-year-old woolly mammoth steaks they were in the permafrost the whole time.
Oh, I can't imagine.
It would be
them.
horrible.
They won't be nice, but it'd be
He
no
said
different.
it tasted like leather and that it needed like hours in a marinade and a slow cook and all of that stuff. But
First of all, I don't believe him. And even
No.
if he believes it, I don't believe the person that gave it to him really gave him. woolly
he's a
mammoth
guy
steak.
who owns some massive 5-acre area in Alaska that's produced some of the most significant fossil finds
that would,
in
that would add
archaeological
credibility to it.
history.
I mean-
Like his is like 10 times more rich of an area than the La Brea tar pits, and that's saying a lot.
I mean,
So,
the only
wow.
reason that the mammoth tissue is still there is because it was freeze dried, so it'd have no moisture left in it.
correct. And he showed this trippy ass thing, man, in a 12-foot mammoth tusk. When they excavated it, mammoth tusks are hollow. So he said they have to clamp around the whole thing because as they're excavating it, they're trying to keep it from splitting and cracking.
Yeah.
So when they get it out and they start clearing the dirt out of the middle, there was like a long, weird blue feather inside of it. And like all these paleontologists are calling bullshit, like that's not real, there's no way. But
Well, what if it was a nerve fiber that was still in there and it just looked like a feather?
you got to see this thing. It's interesting. It's something to think about. Like
So they-
his whole thing is that they think they know a lot more than they do about what was in certain areas when they're only going on what they're finding today. You know?
So they thought he had stuck the feather in there like a.
No, they
Okay.
all examined it and said it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't
Okay.
line up with what we know. So we can't make any judgments on it, basically, one way or the other. And he was like, well, what the fuck? You know?
Hmm.
He also claims to have eaten mammoth steaks, so who knows? But I mean, Joe Rogan tends to have people on who are pretty much truthful, but they're certainly bombastic. You know, their
Yeah.
viewpoints are edgy for a reason. You know, he wants interesting people.
I mean, back on the subject of beef, wouldn't venison be a good substitute? Get rid of all the cows and just make deer be livestock.
There's no way there's enough deer to satisfy the.
Well, that's why you breed them like you would with cows.
Well, and you have the same problem. I think they're
They're
aren't they,
they
they're
haven't got-
ruminants. They do the same thing.
They don't have 4 stomachs though, like a cow, do they?
I assume it's just the amount of it's the total mass of ruminants.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, you
And
would
then
need
there's a lot.
you would
There's
need
a lot.
you
There's
would
a
need
lot.
4 deer for one
Yeah.
cow. So
That's true.
Beyond
Just-
that,
Stick to ducks and chicken then.
yeah, like, and cows have been engineered and bred, and they're also the drugs that they've made to keep these things all from dying of mass, whatever pathogen they get. Because even deer who are loosely spaced around in the environment, they'll get things like chronic wasting disease and all kinds of different random fucking things that like can kill the herd, even though they're sparse, you know? So like, you imagine I went past one of the biggest cattle producer areas on a train and probably 30 years ago, and it was 400,000 head. And how you can keep these things from getting each other sick, man? What do they have to put in them? Like the needles must be like this big, like every week to keep
Well,
them like
they give them antibiotics all constantly.
constantly.
They're not well treated. You know.
Happy New Year, buddy.
That's a pretty ripped Popeye.
That is a pretty ripped Popeye. What's up, dude?
What's happening?
Hey, Happy New Year, Aphid.
Nobody
Happy
eats
New
me
Year.
spinach. Happy New Year, guys.
Happy New Year to you. No scars, burn marks, missing fingers. Everything's all good. You're fine.
Yeah,
Your
yeah.
hearing is your hearing intact?
I don't think anybody got injured last night,
Oh, good for you.
which is good.
First time for everything.
That's right. That's
Cool.
exactly right. No, it was a good time though. I hope you guys had a good New Year's as well.
Yep.
I
I got to
did.
give it up to you for being like more or less a peer of mine. The fact that you still get together and have parties with all your buddies is pretty
Oh
awesome.
hell yeah!
We're all a
It's
bunch of
been-
homebodies now,
Yeah.
me and my old buds,
bar COVID the 1 year and one other time for some reason, which I don't remember why, for 25 at least years now we've had 25. This was 25 years in a row that we've had and we still go as hard as we can.
Cool. That's epic, man. I won't ask about sleeping arrangements. Is it just chaos around there?
No,
But-
no. Especially, no. Are you saying like people staying over?
Yeah.
Oh no, it's happened before when
Okay.
somebody just couldn't make it home.
I got you. Okay, cool.
But yeah, not lately.
Right on.
I need to make sure I'm a bit more sober before I ride home next time.
Hmm.
It wasn't far. It was literally just 2 roads, but I was weaving a lot.
Where did you have them at your family's house?
No, my cousin lives with his friend and his wife.
Cool.
They have like a little house that they live in. It's like a shared thing, so it costs less.
Did you bring the Merlot, or did you just
I brought
commandeer
it.
it?
Yeah, it was only £3.60 per bottle.
The good stuff.
From Lidl. Hey, it tasted really good for the price.
Yeah, I hear you. Hey, we drink a box of wine here. We buy it by the box. It's pretty good. Black Box, it's called.
Yeah.
Tasty shit, man. That rounds out to about $6.33 a bottle, which pretty good.
Which is double what? No, it's about 1.5 times more than what I paid into it. Is that
It's true.
for- Yeah.
So I'm pretty close to you. What do you have in there? A Red Bull? Is that one of the yellow Red Bulls?
Yeah, tropical sugar-free Red Bull.
Cool. Right on.
Does it taste like crap like all the other Red Bulls?
Yeah.
That's
You
how you know
definitely
it's
don't-
right.
You don't drink the Red Bull for the taste, that's for sure.
No, I mean,
You never sit around going, man, I sure got the hankering.
I used to be
for some
addicted
Red
to him,
Bull.
and I thought I'd give him another try. I bought a pack of 4, and I don't like them, but I've got to drink them till they're gone. There's only 4.
Remember the fad in the 90s, 2000s early, when you could get Red Bulls and vodka at the bar? I mean, that was a dangerous combination, man.
Here, they don't give you Red Bull with the vodka. They give you cheapest 35p crap from local supermarket.
But it's still loaded with caffeine, right?
Yeah. It's just it tastes even like twice as bad.
Yeah. I mean, I've heard like if you have 7 or 8 of those Red Bull and vodkas, like you could fuck your body up a little bit because
You got the alcohol weighing you down, trying to put you to sleep, and then the caffeine pushing you back up.
Exactly. It
Yeah,
does it a lot.
I could see getting in trouble with those.
I used to buy it by the pitcher when maybe 10, 15 years ago.
Like energy drink and liquor mixed together?
Yeah. I think
And
they
you
had
drink
like
a pitcher?
a picture of it. Yeah, they had 20
Good
shots of vodka
Lord.
in it and
Holy
four
sh-
cans of Red Bull per one, and
And you drink that yourself?
I'd have 3 of them a night.
Damn,
Three of them?
crazy bastard.
Come on. Are you serious?
And then
Oh my
mixed in with
God.
something they call a crazy frog, which is like all the WKDs mixed in with like some blue sours and stuff like that.
Oh my God. What'd you feel like the next day after you drank
Oh,
that much?
same as I did with 2 bottles of wine this morning.
Right.
Ah, God.
Right, but you
Banging
haven't
out.
drank in a long time, so
No.
for you it probably hit you hard this morning. Right?
Definitely.
2 bottles of wine?
Yeah.
Jeez. All by yourself?
Yeah.
Oh
What?
my God, dude.
Well, we'll let you do it once a year.
That was the only stipulation that I've done so well with my weight loss. and I was
Yep.
like, I'm gonna have a blowout tonight. If I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna do it right, and that was it.
God. See, I never like planned to get that because the pain that put you through the next day is just, So I'm not saying I've never done it, it's happened, but it's just by circumstances. Never like I planned to really feel like shit the next day,
Yeah, I mean, it was just I've had in this year since I've been on the weight loss, I've had a couple of gins and those 2 bottles of wine, and that's it.
Remember that Little Feet song with weed, whites, and wine?
Yes. That's one that you either love or you hate.
I love that song. That is such an awesome song.
I like it too. It's very slow, and
Kinda-
they croon the hell out of it.
It's kind of country.
White and wine.
Yeah.
it's a
Come to
good
think
song.
of it, one of my friends sneaked a whiskey in my hand, and I ended up drinking it like just a shot
Huh.
as well.
with the wine.
Yeah, not with it, but like as a chaser.
No, we did some shots of Woodford last night. Got to do some
'Cause
Woodford.
it was
Still got that hookup, huh?
it was showing me this whiskey, and they were like, give it a smell, and it's like, yeah, you drink it. I was like, oh shit, now I've got it in my hand, I've got to drink it, and that, damn it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Woodford will forever be, just have a special place in all my friends' hearts.
Right. Woodford Reserve. Like, if you ever have to pay for one, you're going to be like, what the fuck? I never
Oh,
paid for this
seriously?
in my life.
Really. So it's not like if I go to a bar with my friends, I'm gonna be like, oh, I'm gonna get everybody a shot of Woodford.
You never, right?
How much
get
does that
anything
cost? Like,
else.
how much does each one cost?
What is Woodford?
I'd
I'm
say
guessing
$11,
it's an
$12 a shot.
An expensive
It's-
whiskey. Oh, it's not that expensive then.
Is it whiskey?
Well, I don't know.
Is it?
Bourbon, I thought.
I don't
Oh,
know. I really don't know. I don't read the label.
Most expensive drink I ever had was a Glenmorangie Special 1960, and they opened the bottle for me and 2 friends, and it was 40 quid a shot.
Oh my god!
Damn, this is $40 for a 750 of what you're drinking, Aphid. So if in a bar, that's like a $13 or $14 shot.
Oh my god, dude! I'm surprised they give those away free on the plane.
Yeah, I
You know,
don't
because how much is Jack Daniel's comparative? Like half that?
Not even that.
Jack's
You can
35.
get you can get a 70 centiliter bottle here for about 15 quid of Jack Daniels.
That's a 700, okay, ml. For how many quids?
15 quid.
15 squid.
Which is about
Squid.
probably $17 in it, something like that.
Yeah, you get it
My
cheaper than we
friend,
do.
my friend has a bottle of this bourbon that's very expensive. It's called Old Rip Van Winkle bourbon, and it's like $1,000 a bottle.
Damn. What's he waiting for?
He's drinking it.
Okay.
I don't know what he paid for it, but that's what you can get it for.
Jesus.
Online.
Pappy Van Winkle, old
Yeah,
Rip
that's-
Van Winkle 10-year, $1,163.99.
Oh
Damn.
my gosh, dude!
What the fuck is this stuff?
What are you paying for though?
Supposed to be
moly.
fantastic. I mean, I don't know. I had a sip of it when he had some before.
I mean, there's
Tasted like whiskey to me.
there's only minor variance between each. I don't see a better or worse between
Well,
them.
I mean, given the quality of my taste buds, you might as well give me moonshine. It's not going to make.
Well, for
I'm
me,
not gonna notice
I'd
the
rather have
difference.
something like Famous Grouse, which is a nice smooth drink.
Yep.
And that's like
Yeah.
20 quid a bottle.
This is insane stuff. It's made at Sazerac Company at
Kentucky somewhere.
Buffalo Trace Distillery in Frankfort, Kentucky.
Yeah, he's a Kentuckian, so he's like proud of everything Kentucky.
I'd say so. Handmade bourbon. That is crazy. Right on. How's it taste? You didn't nothing special? You didn't,
Not to me.
not to you. I hear you.
I mean, it was good.
That's something. If you added an ice cube to, you'd be shunned.
Oh yeah,
for life.
exactly. Get a rope.
I thought
Whoa.
ice or a drop of water was fine in any whiskey.
Yeah, what they call that branch water, or water. You dip the branch in the stream and shake it over the scotch, and that's all it needs. I used to do that, but I stopped keeping whiskey in the house. Just rum, so health's better.
Oh, that'll hurt you there.
Just nips.
Yeah, nips.
I used to be
Bunch of nips.
I used to be
A
partial
lot
to,
of
to,
nips.
to spiced rum. I like spiced rum. But
Spice
I don't think
rum,
I could.
yeah.
I don't think I could tell a difference between whiskey and bourbon and good quality and shitty quality.
Oh, you can. There's one called 10 High. I put that next to Jack Daniels. You'd be like, damn, that 10 High is hot, dude. It's like it burns the back of your throat.
Burns, but
It
when I
burns in
drink
an
that,
unpleasant way, and then
Yeah.
the good stuff is smooth, and you're like, wow, that was not bad at all. The burn isn't from the liquor; the burn is from the remaining rot gut. I think the alcohol is all the same. It's just whatever else is in there that affects it. The terpenes, the vanilla flavorings, whatever. What are you laughing at? What did I say?
Who's laughing?
you.
Oh, you're laughing at me. Cool.
No. Oh, you're asking me what I'm laughing at?
I thought I
You're
missed a
asking-
comment.
I'm laughing
For
at
me,
the
it
confusion
was-
right now.
It was Last Dance that was laughing, not me. I didn't laugh. I was intently listening to you and your rot gut theory.
I think it's right on, right? Because alcohol, it's all the same.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
the alcohol part.
Good,
is,
yeah.
It's the same. I mean, if you pitch the heads, which is the first part that comes out when you're distilling, that would be methanol, I believe,
which
right?
you want, and you want the ethanol, which is the good
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah. So the first certain percentage come out. The real moonshiners call it tossing the heads, I believe, and that's you throw that shit out in the creek, kill all the fish, then you finish off with.
No, you
good
sell
stuff.
that to your enemies.
Right. That's the part that makes you go blind.
Right.
The first
Or
stuff that
kills you.
comes out. Yeah. So
You
like
have
Well,
enough.
I wouldn't throw it, but I'd use it for cleaning or something.
you can. It's strong. It smells a little more like I think nail polish remover than or isopropyl or something like that.
Can you use it as a fuel? You might be able to heat your house with it. I don't know.
Sure.
Ah, that's a
something
good
like
point.
that. Yeah. Yeah. No, for sure. But if a moonshiner just lets that go in with his stuff, then he fucks up the whole batch. If it's 500 gallons, it can be all ruined. And most of the way they do it is they just judge by looking at it, smelling it, and say, okay, that's it, toss it. And then there's
And that's why it's illegal, isn't it? Because people don't know what they're doing with that stuff, and it's dangerous.
Correct.
Yeah, it is, but a lot of stuff, is potentially illegal if you don't. I mean, it's potentially dangerous if you don't know what you're doing.
Yeah,
Mhm.
It's hard. Anything you do with chemistry, which is what
like
distilling is
like
basically.
my dad changing to light fitting in Winter's bedroom. He says, are you sure that light switch is off? I'm like, yep. Bzzz.
Yeah, right. Do you guys have a non-contact electric tester? You can just hold near or on the thing and it'll beep and tell you the wires.
We have them here in UK, but we didn't have one at that time.
I did something stupid like that in the summer, so I certainly.
When I was a kid, I was just tinkering with stuff and just taking stuff apart. And one day I took my sister's hairdryer apart while it was still plugged in, and I got a right buzz off at circuitry.
That's funny. I was doing some electrical work a long time ago, and I shut off the wrong breaker, and these lights all had battery backup. And I grabbed the wires, and I'm like, holy fuck, those are the strongest fucking backup batteries. I can't believe this voltage. Then I put testers, and I was like, oh, 110? Whoopsie. Okay, hit the wrong breaker. I had like taped my fingers with electrical tape. I was like, God damn it, these wires. I know it's off. No, it wasn't off.
I had some of my outlets just stopped working. And I knew what had happened because I'd seen the outlets in general. They were all, that spring wiring in the back of the outlet that you do for it goes in real quick, and it's pretty shitty
I haven't been
connection.
sticking forks in, but I once stuck a DC 12 volt to fan with a motor on it straight into an electrical socket at school.
And yours are 240, aren't they?
Yeah, and it went bang with loads of smoke.
You guys have double what we have over here. It's crazy. I think a little less amps though, but
I just thought it'd make it spin more faster.
right, you would want like 20 or 30, not that big of a jump.
It ruined my entire project. I was making a hovercraft.
Hey, what's up, McGrandy?
Hey,
Happy New Year, McGran. Good
Happy
to
New
see you.
Year, dude.
same to you guys. All the best.
Same to you, man. I saw a bunch of people swimming in the ocean today, McGrandy.
Yeah, I've been negligent in that area. I actually, we had a cold spell down here, and I pussied out. It's like, it was hot today. It was like, I hate to tell you guys, it was like 83. And
Yeah, the ocean up here is 41, and people swim in the ocean on New Year's
Awesome.
Day. It's a popular thing. It's
yeah,
psychopathic, but there's a spot up
Yeah.
here where 500 people all go in together, and
nice.
I swam.
They
in
call it a
Lake
polar
Michigan.
plunge.
some places.
I swam in Lake Michigan when it was in the 40s, and your legs cramp up. It's very painful. It's
Yeah.
not pleasant at all.
I actually swam in the Pacific. We were body surfing. We were young guys, and it was like, we were amazed because it was friggin' cold, and it was during the summertime, and we were out there, and everybody else was in the summertime. It was like June, was wearing wetsuits, but the Pacific is cold and powerful, and
Wicked.
yeah,
Scary.
and they had flotation. We were out there just body surfing, but we caught a couple of waves. Probably lasted maybe a half an hour, and it was time to get out of the water. It was cold.
You got to wear a wetsuit if you're going to be out for a long
Yeah.
period of time, or
Yeah.
you'll have hypothermia. It's that cold in the
Yeah,
water.
you got to keep moving. That's the secret.
Body just steadily drops temperature.
Yep.
And then when you're up out of the water, the air touches the water
Yeah.
and removes even more heat. It's like it's
very
you're
dry.
fucked,
It's
you know?
funny you say that because I used to windsurf in the wintertime down here, and it would be like 40 degrees in the Keys. In the Keys, believe it or not. And there was steam coming off the water, but you could sail out there with a wetsuit on, and your feet would be getting wet. And it was like you're sailing through a sauna because the water temperature had not dropped to the same level as the air temperature. But it was nice, man. It was like, your hands were cold, your face was cold, you had the bodysuit on and that warm water. It's always great because you could pull up to a reef or a sandbar and jump in the water and open up your wetsuit, and that water would pour in, and within 5 seconds it was like warm,
You got some fireworks and big celebrations down there, McGrandy?
Dude, I woke up last night at 2:00 in the morning, and I looked out to the north, and it was like I felt like I was in Kyiv, Ukraine. We were being shelled like you cannot believe. For every square inch of my view at 180 was explosions and massive fireworks. It was
At 2 a.m.?
Yeah, I was dumbfounded.
That's cool. I'd
Yeah.
love to see that. It must have been a sight to see, man.
I was, well, in my limited condition, I was affected by it.
I know you did.
The fireworks here are feeble and crap.
This was majestic. It was like, it was amazing actually, and that was probably
It was like a
22nd year.
kaleidoscope. I imagine it was like a kaleidoscope of color.
Not even colors. It was beyond colors. It was just black and white, and just a lot of light.
Cool.
Yeah.
That's awesome, man. It sounds great. I heard some bangers last night, but nothing crazy. Around the 3rd of July, 4th of July here, it gets crazy with the fireworks.
Yeah.
We had rain last night, so there wasn't, there was fireworks, but it was muted. But today, there's a lot of big booms.
It's a dog day for the dogs. The poor
My buddy
pups hate
brought-
that shit.
My buddy brought over. It was like 100 of those M80, firecracker things,
Yes.
and we
yes.
We threw those in a box with all the other fireworks that everybody had left over from the year, and taped it up, and we took the several of the fuses from the bigger fireworks that were inside the box. We twisted them together and put tape on the end of it, so it was one big wick, And then I set that in the Christmas tree right when the Christmas tree was going up last night. So actually, we were just out there smoking a cigarette before.
You're kind of in isn't it a little bit of a forested area you're in?
Yeah,
Or
the part that. No. The part that we're in is in the woods. Like, we're surrounded by woods, pretty much. Well, I have a fairly large area that I've put pavers down, and then above that, all the trees have since burned away from the hundreds of raging fires I've had, and they know they can't grow. They know they can't grow there anymore.
I'm sure you have a hose with
it's cup of tea here because the comments are going to fly. But anyway, go back here.
I'm sure
you have a hose
here.
You have a hose nearby, like water on with the spray handle, that sort of thing, just in case it gets out of hand.
I mean,
sure.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
Absolutely.
To appease the authorities. Yes, we always go through the most stringent of precautions.
That's always been my move with the fire thing.
I mean, I know where everything is,
Mm-hmm. I got you.
And there has been times in the past when it's really dry that we have had the hose with everything ready to go, but it was so wet back there. We've had some, I mean, there's absolutely nothing that could happen that I could cause, and I could hurt my house, for sure, because it's in the line of fire, but nothing else I was worried about at all.
Cool. It sounds like a killer time. I'm sure you guys are somewhat safe. How loud is it?
No, nobody's safe. Everybody's completely drunk on the plane.
That's hilarious.
And that's the problem that the wives have. Is because, but then some of them, they act like oh, they're concerned and oh, you better not hurt yourself. But yet they're all, if you look in the pictures and video that everybody has, we got some. I see some stuff flying up. Anyway,
that's the private chat. You can ignore.
Yeah, I know, but it distracts me and I lose my train of thought so easily. Wow. So
that is easy.
Well, it on my screen it fills up the screen with these things. But anyway, see, I lost my train of thought. But so anyway, they all have their phone out and videotaping the whole thing. So if they're that worried about it, we do wear a lot of us wear safety goggles.
Oh, that's good. Protect the eyes.
No. Protect the eyes. Protect the eyes, exactly.
With actual safety goggles or just your glasses?
I'll show you.
Don't we want to ring in the new year with some gay porn?
Is that what you think?
Oh, that's what I'm guessing. But so what?
No, hey, I ask.
There's the glasses. These were both people, and these are what I always go for because they're just cool.
Those are like the old fighter jet glasses. Fighter. Yeah, right. I like it.
Those are swimming goggles.
Well, they almost could be. We bought them because, I grew up with racing, and my wife had never been to a dirt track race, and we went to this like World of Outlaws or whatever. It's like the souped up dirt circle roundy round cars,
like quarter mile.
Yeah, well, I think this track was a half mile, so it was a decent size, and they were going pretty fast.
Yeah.
But anyway, we sat on the corner. It was me and my dad and my brother. Who had been we've been to every type of racing event and experienced everything that racing has to offer. But my wife, who really never experienced anything, and the first time the cars came around the turn, all it does is just, I don't know if you've been to one of these, but it just flings dirt like really fast
I can
at your
imagine.
face.
Yeah, I
so
saw
we
somebody
both
peel
bought a
out.
pair.
I saw someone peel out in a bar parking lot with a dirt parking lot and shatter like 4-car windows. And I'm
Oh,
not kidding.
sure.
And they got arrested like a mile down the road for
Mm.
DUI, just trying to be cool. Everyone was
Yeah.
like, fuck it, call the cops. That shit ain't right.
Right,
Boom.
right.
You know? So if that's what I can do in just a Tacoma, I imagine these cars must fucking be shooting God knows what up. Now it's going to be more like braked, probably dirt. So it's more soil, I would think, right? Less rocks.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So
Yeah, for sure.
they probably rock rake the thing so they don't kill everybody in the stands.
Yeah, or other drivers on the driving
That's
around.
true, right?
Yeah, but it's like a chain link fence between you and the car,
Sure.
and the wall of the pit that they're in. So the chain link fence don't hold, particles of mud being flung at you at hundreds of miles an hour.
Never
So
does.
But
it's
she's
like going to
sensitive.
Monkey jungle.
She's
Whoa.
real sensitive. She's real sensitive with her contacts anyway. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're watching a little league baseball game and a cloud of dirt comes blowing your way, she's gonna have to go to the bathrooms and clean up her eyes. So this was like it was beyond.
Right. You need to get her like a motorcycle helmet over the head one for New Year's Eve.
Yeah, right.
Hey,
I
look
used to
who
wear
it is.
contacts. That's nasty.
Hey, Lee,
Happy-
good to see you.
Lee.
Happy New
How
Year,
are
Lee. Oh, you can't hear you, Lee. Unless you're whispering super quiet.
At least whispering those dulcet tones.
Check one. Check one. Check your audio.
Just keep
Hey,
trying,
mate.
Lee. We'll...
Hey, mate. Sorry about that. Had it muted. Am I coming through
Oh, yeah.
now?
Yeah,
You hear me now?
loud,
All right,
loud
yeah.
and clear.
Am I there? Am I there?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there you are. There you are.
We hear
There
you.
you are.
Right.
God save the queen or the king.
Oh, now you're not. Now you're not. Now I can't hear you.
Ah,
Can you see my hand? Did you say it?
it's the UBS plug, man. They suck.
USB.
Yeah,
You
there you
said
go. We hear you.
No, we don't hear him. No,
Yeah, we do. We hear you.
No, he's
No,
gone.
we don't hear him.
He's gone
Oh.
again.
I was
Say
doing
something,
a
Lee.
person-
No.
It was working, but then it messed with his mic and it
Yeah,
stopped working.
like he hit a hotspot just for a split. Oh,
There it
heard
is.
it.
I heard the
heard
click.
something. I heard a
He's got-
click when you just.
now you're
whatever
muted.
you
Now
just
you're
ta-
muted.
Now you're muted, Lee. You see the microphone? Oh, there. Now you're not.
No, almost so close.
He's got an extension on
This-
the.
this reminds me of the
USB
old-
cord. HDMI cord is. He's got a connection there. You got to work that connection.
HDMI is for
Lee, try unplugging the headphones and see if it works without headphones.
I'm hearing the clicking.
No,
You're muted though. You got to unmute
you're muted
yourself
though.
first.
You're a mute.
You're
over
battling
your
two
mic-
problems.
Better?
Okay, now you're.
Better.
One.
Yeah, there.
Yeah,
Oh, no.
stop doing anything. You're working now.
Say something.
Oh,
No,
Nope.
unplug the headphones. Unplug them. Now you're muted. Now unmute.
Now
then
unmute.
talk.
Now
Working?
talk.
All right,
Yes.
yeah,
Working. Yeah.
Yes.
it's a good thing because we were going to tell you to take off your shirt next.
Well, Happy New Year to everybody.
Happy New Year to you.
Yeah.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, Happy New
Same
Year
to you,
guys.
man.
And everybody
Well-
else that's making comments and to Smoke Steve's wife, Happy New Year too.
Lee looks
Wow.
completely different without headphones.
Yeah.
Like I almost wouldn't recognize you without the background. You look like a completely different person when you got headphones on.
Oh, wow. For the better or the worse.
You
No,
look
you
tough.
look
yeah.
fine either. You
He's
look
not
fine
saying,
either
is
way. You look
I-
fine either way.
I think he
Yeah.
looks tougher, more like a
Me
fighter.
too. SAS, strictly a British para,
Yeah.
for sure.
Really?
Yeah.
So did you all have a good Christmas? Yeah, I take it you all did.
Christmas was
Yeah.
good. New Year's was good. Had a nice bottle of Prosecco and
Yes.
some finger food with the lady
Cool.
and the kid. You know,
Yeah.
yourself.
Yeah, great. Really good. Really good this year. It's not always, I'm not saying every Christmas is brilliant. I've had in the past colds and something happens or whatever, but this year was just like completely on an even keel. All the family were good. It's like really enjoyable. Yeah.
I've been
cool.
blessed. I've not had any illnesses whatsoever
Yeah.
this Christmas. I normally get super ill.
Yeah, about 4 or 5 years ago, Biscuit, I had 3 Christmases in a row where I had an awful cold. It's like, why?
Last 34 years of my life has been with colds. Every single year I get it just before Christmas.
Random. Oh, dear.
So
High
Biscuit,
praise.
your immune system is actually being stimulated. That's why you're out there now, man. You're back, buddy.
Yep.
Everything's
Well, I
coming
was,
in line.
I was listening to you saying about the fireworks, and it was like it was mega here, and it was pouring with rain as well. But Manchester was like looking over to the city and all around. It was just like manic. It was unreal. So I don't know if it was to do with COVID, where people haven't been able to party properly. I don't know. But
Sometimes when you get the rain in the air, it accentuates the fireworks for some reason. You get more reflection, so it's actually more profound.
That's cool. Good idea.
mega.
I would say that, COVID has made people stir crazy. That's a simple explanation, and I would go with that. Because,
That's why even the lamest party seems awesome.
Yeah. And even during COVID, I feel like people were like, well, let's just go out in the streets and blow shit up. We're not going to get sick out there. They say indoors is bad. So I think people were like, in like the inner city in Boston, I know in 2019, 2020, 21, it was like, seemed like the thing to do to pass the time at like 2 a.m. was just blow up fireworks. You know?
I'll tell you one thing that's strange though is, I mean, our dog's 10 years old. She's a Cocker Spaniel, and this is no word of a lie. When the fireworks go off, she goes to the back door, out into the garden, and sits down. And I'm not joking. She watches. She has this. She's hilarious. She sits down.
Get
and
to shaking and quivering like a leaf and all that shit.
She just sits down, head up, watching the fireworks go off. She loves it.
Awesome.
I've never known a dog like it.
My dog shakes at bubble wrap being popped. Never mind fireworks.
That's conditioning.
It's weird. It's that vicious side.
Cockers are funny. They're usually pretty sensitive.
Now you see, I would have got mad at that if Diesel didn't show his vicious side about 2 weeks ago.
Oh, he finally did. He came out of his shell.
He never bit me or anything. He just growled because I tried taking a bone off him that some idiot had chucked in garden.
Did you boot him in the ass and tell him I'm your master? You don't growl at me.
I grabbed him by the neck and pinned him to his bed and said, "Don't fucking do that to me."
There you go.
Yeah,
and he listened and didn't fight back.
Well, I just pinned him down, took bone, and then he calmed down.
Good.
That's good because the mother always grabs him by the neck, so it's more paternal. It's not like you're an external enemy.
It was a way to tell him no without actually hurting him physically.
Yeah, exactly.
So
and actually, he enjoyed it.
He did the FAFO, right?
What's that?
He fucked around and he found out.
That's right.
Yeah, that's the new expression for 2023. FAFO, FAFO.
So, Biscuit, do you walk him?
Not as much as I'd like.
But when you walk him, is he like compliant, like on the left side, and looks up at you and walks along? Or?
Not at all.
Okay, so he's a wild walk.
He's all right. Once we've gone about halfway on the walk, he calms down, but he's just too excited and he pulls at the beginning of the walk. But I think when I've got a fitter and I'm taking him out daily, then I reckon he'll calm down more. It's just
because he's a strong breed.
Yeah,
he needs that exercise, man, all the time. That stimulation.
Yeah.
So actually, you wrestling with him like that, you should do it every day. It's probably pretty good. You can do that without leaving the house. Pin him down, turn him around. It's all because he's got to get rid of that energy.
Yeah. We used to like playing tug of war when he had a rope, but he destroyed it.
Oh, cool. Yeah, Sven's a good dog. Gunner's dog. Come on, show you Sven.
Sven went for a 10-mile walk. Wow.
Yeah, I'd like to see Gunner. Come on, Gunner.
Join in. I'll go over a few lists. Did I DM you guys that New York Times list, or did you DM it to me? On Twitter, Last Dance.
What New York Times list did I DM you?
I don't know.
Yeah. What?
I don't know who the hell I was.
You were sending a bunch of
Okay,
stuff in
sorry.
the
Those were
little
supposed
chat.
to meant to be to myself, but I sent them to you guys. I'm an idiot. Sorry about
Well,
that.
yeah, I didn't know what the deal was, but
All right. So now you know what we might cover.
Supreme Court decisions?
I never.
Yeah.
If it helps you out, Smoke Steve, I never once looked and clicked on any of that crap. So
All right,
Well,
cool.
It's paywall.
it's all a
It-
surprise to me.
You don't want to see how the sausage is made, right? Just make the sausage. I hear you.
I watched,
Cheers,
Shall we-
everyone! Happy New Year's.
I watched a video on
Same, buddy.
on chocolate being made from the fruit all the way up to chocolate. That was quite interesting.
Cacao.
From the cacao fruit all the way up to being chocolate. Yeah.
What kind
Yeah.
of cow?
Cacao, I've seen the plants.
Can you slow that down?
Similarly, similar to coffee, cacao doesn't look anything like it's
No, it's
when it-
white, slimy, like
right.
That's chocolate, man.
yeah.
I never
Man,
seen it. Go ahead, dude.
It looks
My-
like I'm right fuck about just to get one bar of chocolate. You use 6 massive cacao like fruits to get one bar.
Yep.
They
Now you
reminded
know
me
why
of
it's so expensive.
Yeah.
It's a
That's
process.
why that's why shitty chocolate sucks because there's like no chocolate in it.
No.
You know what's funny? That's why Belgium has the best chocolate because they colonialized the Congo, and the Congo is known for their chocolate in particular.
I don't know about
and
Belgium.
genocide.
I think
Yeah, and
those
genocide as well.
Those are the two best things about the Congo.
the Swiss
Yeah.
make,
Great chocolate and the horrible
Swiss-
genocide.
Yeah.
The
It,
Swiss
it
make
takes a
good
lot.
chocolate.
Last dance. It takes a lot of work to get good chocolate, buddy.
It sure does, and a lot of bodies.
Nothing better after a day of genocidal murder than a nice piece of chocolate.
You
That's
know,
what
good
they say.
chocolate when you can taste the screaming in it.
And we're talking bitter chocolate. It's very bitter.
Oh, of course it's bitter.
Like
Think of all the
80%,
people that were killed
80%
to get it.
cacao.
Right. 80, yeah, 90. I love it. We made a chocolate mousse last night that was out of a mix of 70% dark and milk. So I did a little mix for kind of the half and half chocolate mousse. And it didn't get thin, like light and airy. It stayed thick, like a gel. And I got to say, it was fabulous with that Prosecco. Very nice. Very nice.
Yeah, sounds it.
It was good stuff. I was a little
Wow.
freaked out because you don't really cook the eggs, but if you're gonna live, you gotta live, right? Some desserts, you're gonna use some lightly cooked things.
It could be worse, Random Goon. And it
What
will.
we got here? Yes, chocolate. Yeah.
Oh, speaking of chocolate, I took my son. I let him get the coffee for the first time. You know, he's 13, so I finally let him cross that line. He could have a coffee with me, because he really.
Do you
wanted-
think that's his first coffee ever?
Am I a bad dad?
No.
I let my daughter have coffee at 9.
I think you're okay.
Oh, it's fine.
It's only instant though, and I only put half a teaspoon in.
Well, just like I don't let him have energy drinks. Do you let her have energy drinks?
She's had a sip, but that's most she's had.
Yeah.
How about Coca-Cola with pizza?
No,
Aphid?
she has Diet Coke, but not.
Oh yeah.
Sugar.
But we did
So
hold
he's
off on
had
the
caffeine. You've exposed him.
Oh
to
yeah. We held off on the caffeine until he was older though for sure.
Mountain Dew.
But anyway, no. Well, yeah. He gets Mountain Dew. He gets whatever he wants now.
You know,
He might be disappointed.
But
in
anyway,
coffee.
well, he really wanted to get the coffee, and he gets it. We had an issue where he was buying these energy drinks online. I think I told you guys about
You
that.
did.
He
You
like,
did.
had this like
Very
fake life that
interesting.
we didn't know about.
So tripped out, dude, with the video games and like the bribery. It was just a crazy fucking thing.
anyway, so we went there, right? We went to QT. I don't know if you guys have QTs. I'm sure Lee has no idea what I'm talking. Our Biscuit has no idea what I'm talking about.
I don't have
QT
any.
Is
is
it
like
Wawa?
it's
know
like a
what you're talking about.
7-Eleven. It's like
7-Eleven.
a newer 7-Eleven, like today's day 7-Eleven. Anyway, so they have the coffee like thing where you got you got 18 different kinds of coffee and 18 different kinds of hot coffee. Like where
They have that weird pumpy thing.
No, this is like you put it in there and it spits out hot stuff, from a machine. It's blending it and making cappuccinos and stuff inside the machine. Anyway, I let him, and
Good sound effect.
he got a little bit of all of it. He got one of the things. Is
rookie mistake.
Yeah, it's like confetti cake cappuccino and stuff like that. But anyway, we get in the car and he's like, Dad, I think I really like that mocha the best.
Yeah. That's great.
At least he said the CH sound.
I think it's hilarious. You gotta love that. Did you give him a kind correction or just let him go with it? Hey, buddy, that's mocha, not mocha.
He knows now because I give him so much trouble for it, and he plays into it, and he's like,
"Wait,
oh,
you
yeah,
busted his balls? You busted his balls about it?"
Hell yeah, I busted his balls about it.
Good.
I'm his dad, ain't I?
You should have too.
I hear you.
Engage him. He's going to remember that.
Yeah, you're right. Because you can say, dude, you're telling me up to this point in your life, you've never seen the word mocha. Like, come on. Of all the desserts, right? Over, you got, everybody, I think
Apparently
mocha is no, right?
You know what? I got to tell you, I worked with a guy who, he heard me yelling at my son over how stupid he was. And I was really raging on him. And after I hung up, this guy, he talked to me, and this guy had 8 kids. And he says, you got to realize they're all retards. They don't know shit. You got to really talk them through it because they don't know. They really don't understand.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like a pinnacle moment for me. I'm like, wow, this guy has 8 kids. And he was a producer too. And he was pretty calm.
Are not in prison right now?
I have no idea.
Okay.
But he was Jewish, so.
Oh, well, obviously.
I don't think it was Hasidic, but he was a good father. I could see he was a good family man. His business ethics were a little bit different for me, but he was desperate.
Guarantee you he's Orthodox.
Yeah.
Ooh.
He had 8 kids, so
Right.
hey, how can I fault the guy? His cross, he had many crosses. I only had one.
Jewish guy had a cross to bear, huh? That's
Well-
mixing. That's mixing your metaphors.
Not really. Jesus was Jewish. Come on.
Easy. All right, somebody who's not Jewish and at least temporarily not in prison. He's gone. I went and clicked on his name and he left. And that introduction now goes on boot
Who
ears.
was it?
Okay. Buddy, it was awesome. He left the second I fucking said it.
Got on
It
top
was
of.
Space Welshman.
Oh, that's well.
Ah, there he is.
Hi, Weston.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone.
Uh,
Yeah, can I? While it's on my mind, Aphid.
Wait. We
Let's
gotta say
get
Happy
right
New
to
Year
it.
to you, Face.
Happy New
Happy
Year
New
to
Year.
everyone. But it was just before I forgot, Aphid. You mentioned your son, and I think is it the same son that had like blackouts with his eyes and stuff? Is that the same?
Well, I only got one son, but he never had blackouts. He got a concussion. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, you were really concerned at the time. Though, about 6-9 months ago, really concerned about what's going on or something. If I remember rightly.
Yeah, well, he's for 3 years now. He's had an autoimmune disorder that we've been battling. That's probably what you're talking about. But
Right,
he would throw up when he would, because his throat was allergic to certain types of foods.
That's it. Yeah.
Crazy, dude.
But
Is
it's
it-
we're over it.
it's
We're
like-
over it. We're over it. I mean,
Unbelievable.
yeah, he just had his last. And I don't want to cut you off. Like, did you have something you wanted to ask me?
No. Well, that's basically what it was. Because I remember you saying something about your son, and you were like really concerned. So what was it? He was allergic to a lot of stuff, was it? And that was
His esophagus is basically the easiest way to describe it. Is that it attacks. Somebody play music.
That's me. I got a boat going by. I'm going to shut her off.
All right. Yeah, I have that attention span of a whatever that doesn't have much attention span. But anyway, so
Squirrel?
his basically the white blood cells attack
Itself.
food that he's allergic to because it thinks that it's something his body should reject. And then the downfall of it is his trigger to that is he throws everything up. So when he's eating stuff,
Right.
he just takes, and it could be once he's in that stage, he could drink, several cups of water and he has to throw some of it back up.
But it's now controlled with a different diet. I take it. Is that
Well,
the case?
what we had to do is eliminate all these diets. Man, I gotta turn that off because I can't even. I know it doesn't bother you guys. Okay, if I go small screen, it doesn't.
Oh, you did that. Interesting.
Anyway. Oh, it was. Oh, you really was you. You asshole. I can't. I told you, I cannot.
I
My
couldn't
brain
resist.
is like,
I'm sorry.
it's like I have to focus on the one thing I'm doing. But anyway, so yeah, we eliminated at the beginning. It was all these foods, right? And it was everything, besides it was everything. Let's just
Dairy, whey, soy, everything. Wheat.
And then we would slowly add these things back into him, and then they would go down into his throat, and they would take little chunks of his throat, and they would test him and look at it. And they would be able to tell by the amount of white blood cells if his body was still reacting to this. And we got it down pretty good. And then, to be honest with you, what happened was we got to dairy, and they're pretty sure that dairy is one of 2 or 3 other things that are really affecting his body. And he didn't want we added, once we added the dairy back, there was no taking it out again, because he was like, I can't have regular milk and cheese, I'm not doing it, so then we tried this. It's basically like an antacid, but like a prescribed type,
Like,
so it's not
Prilosec, but stronger.
Yeah, so it's not like the best situation. Any kind of major medication you're going to take is going to have some ill effects on you.
Does he have his tonsils?
Yes.
Okay.
He does, and he gets strep throat a lot. So the tonsils have been a source.
They'll
of
save his
concern.
ass. Tonsils are important for the strep.
Well, I'm glad it's obviously under a bit of control now, which is good. Obviously.
Well, yeah, we just found out and thanks for asking. That means a lot. But like 2-3 weeks ago, he had his last one, because we're changing our healthcare, because I've talked about that and how outrageous it is, and we were paying over $2,000 a month for our healthcare, and now we're going over to the basically the state healthcare system. And we got to change all his doctors and everything. But luckily, his last scope, we added everything back in, everything. There was just, all he does to control it is take this one little pill in the morning, and there's no ill effects, besides the residual, like later on down the road, we'll have to revisit that and see if, but for now, he's done with the diets, and he just wants to be a normal kid.
You've got a good idea now, haven't you? And it's sort of you're on a program to sort of deal with it. Before when you were talking, you were like pretty clueless.
Yeah, well, when we first went there, every day it was a different doctor, and they would all have their theory and say, this is it, and they'd give us medication, and then they'd say, tomorrow go see this specialist, and we'd go to that one, and he'd say, no, yesterday's doctor was all wrong. You need to go buy $100 worth of medicine, put it in your thing, start taking it tomorrow, and this is the problem. And then it was that same thing. Every doctor was totally different. And this is a problem.
That was Big Pharma just raking it in at you.
I mean, it could. I mean, you could pertain to it, but each one of these doctors, it was obvious that your child's welfare was their most, and they just had a different thought and different theory. When we first, the first half dozen doctors we saw had no idea what was wrong with them. So I think it was overconfidence in their abilities.
You mentioned £2,000 a month. I found out something the other day in the UK. 60% of all taxes go on the NHS in the UK.
Yeah,
that's like, what the fuck?
That's crazy, dude.
That's a lot of money.
What'd you do last night, Welshie?
To be honest, I stayed in. I went out to see the family in the daylight, and I was home by 7 o'clock. I don't like driving in the night. I just don't want any attention, so I just like to get home before the drunk hours and all that sort of shit.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
right.
If I'm driving, that is, I won't drive after 8, 9 o'clock. I'll be sober, but I just don't want to. No.
Yeah, it ain't worth fucking around, right?
Yeah, because you know what it's like. They're fucking, they'll pull you over, and you're just like, oh, fuck off.
Now, I know from some of your videos over the years that some of the cops must know you by at least appearance, if not name.
Oh, they know me.
They know you.
Me. Yeah.
You think you're like a target at sometimes? Maybe.
I'm 100% a target.
Yeah.
And then the only reason I am a target is that I publicize by, I've had some big live streams going on in the past, and they hate me for that, because
right. It's some of the stuff when they're doing their thing and you're on the sidewalk, on a legal sidewalk, filming them. Some of the shit I've seen and they've got pissed at you about.
Oh yeah,
but I don't think, at least in American law, and this has been made clear, absolutely clear this year by our Supreme Court, you are allowed within reasonable distance and not interfering with police activity to record them.
Not in Florida.
No, in the United States of America, dude.
Yeah, United States of America, you can film anywhere in a public place. It goes in the First Amendment.
They just passed a law in Florida that requires 12 feet difference.
No, that's what I meant by reasonable.
Reasonable distance.
12 feet
is
distance.
more than that's fine.
If there's a traffic stop and you're 3 foot from the traffic stop door, then you're going to become a problem. You need to back the fuck up, which is fair enough. 12 foot, I think that's pretty tight.
And what's happening is that the police officers are closing the gap between them and the person with the camera. So they're approaching them. So it's falling
like
under
reducing the 12 feet on purpose. Thereby,
exactly.
I'm just to go on. I mean, I was arrested on the 1st of November, 2021, in Speaker's Corner, and I was merely arrested because I was filming. They knew I was filming and I was live, and they basically they tried it. They tried it. What the fuck's going on here? Well, I missed something.
It was a comment from Random.
This comment from Random.
That was beautiful, man.
What's that?
Welsh police. Oh, not this cunt again.
It's fair enough. But yeah, I mean, the reality was they arrested me for merely breathing in public, and they knew I was live, and they tried to arrest me on one charge, and they weren't obliged. I wasn't obliged to give my details under the charge, so they changed the charge, and then arrested me.
Yeah, it's obstruction. They changed it to obstruction.
No, it wasn't obstruction.
Did you see the lady that was silently praying?
Yeah.
Yeah, who got arrested? That was ridiculous.
It was so disgusting. It'd be a great clip for you, Steve. There was a woman. She was stood on her own in a residential road, and she was silently praying. Well, when asked a question by the police officer, she said, "What are you doing here?"
She was outside an abortion clinic, but it was closed. It was closed.
Right, and she said,
"I mean, she looks like a kind of a psychopath, though, don't know? I mean."
No, she said, "I'm silently praying." Right, silently, and the police officer went, "Okay, you just convicted yourself," because basically, if she refused to answer questions, which is her right in the UK, even with that order in place, in the UK, there's an order around abortion clinics, and it wasn't right outside the abortion clinic anyway. It was like down the road, but either way,
right.
There's like a 1 mile, 2 mile exclusion, but. Either way, the only way the police could have arrested her is if she gave the evidence to the police, and sadly, she did. But it looks awful on the police.
Well, what law did she break when she admitted to silently praying?
So she's been arrested for a thought crime.
Exactly. So why? What's against the law that she did?
I can get the legislation. It's a new legislation concerning abortion clinics. You can't protest for, you can't protest against, you can't go in any groups, you can't be on your own. I'm praying. There's loads of different things. She was silently praying. She
I
was
bet
silent.
they didn't prosecute.
Welsman, I have a
know.
question for you. What's the legal process in the UK for a law that is considered to be unconstitutional?
They don't have a constitution.
Yeah, that's the first thing.
Okay. they
So
don't have
yeah,
a constitution.
it's a big problem. I mean, when they tried doing me for prevent breach of the peace. I wasn't obliged. They changed it to Kung Flu. They done me on that. But
What was the charge? Kung Flu? Breach of the Kung Flu?
Yeah, breach of Section 7 Kung Flu. They could have done me for Section 9 as well if they looked at their books, because I had left Wales. I was in England at the time. So fuck up. I was 150 miles away from my house.
I bet they wouldn't arrest state of charity.
Oh, I got you.
Well as fuck. I shouldn't have left the country. So I was basically in an open prison called Wales. They kept me there.
You're such a rogue. I have to admire you for that. I applaud you.
To be fair, well, what they've put the world public through the last 3 years is absolutely total criminal. What they've done to the people.
Going back to that situation, though, Welsman, what the other thing that was shocking about it was that if a police car had turned up and a cop had got out and asked her to move on, she would have. She was no way a troublemaker or anything like that.
Yeah.
Oh, there's loads of police involved. I mean, it's like there's about 4 or 5 of them, and it's like a major crime. Yeah, if you phone them and you say someone's breaking into your house, it takes them about an hour to turn up. It's just like, oh, for goodness sakes.
Well, they mostly wouldn't turn up. They'd mostly say,
Not here.
because if it was an active burglary, they might say, okay, they're in the house. They'll say, yeah, stay in your room, don't do anything, right? And then you'll be on the phone, stay on the phone to us. Like, is it quiet now? And they go, yeah, okay, no problem. We'll be around tomorrow morning.
Yeah, more than likely.
Not here.
Yeah, the police are a joke for shit like this.
Not here. They're like, they would be swarming.
Yeah, big difference.
They'll only
What do
come
you think
swarming
about-
if you say white woman in trouble.
So
Definitely
there's a streamer recently, a Twitch guy who got unfortunately he was a YouTube guy. He got what they call when like someone calls like the cops on somebody, like
Swatted.
Yeah.
Swatted. Thank you.
So this is an the audit video if you guys want to check it out, which is a great channel.
Yeah.
Kid's got like 10.5 million viewers or subs or something, so he's extremely
they
popular.
break in while he's online.
No, he was in the yard, and the cops were basically like acting like, oh, so you guys called this on yourself or what? Like, the kids were like, no, dude, why would we do that to ourselves? Like, the police put this kid in cuffs, put him in the back of their truck, of the police truck, all on secondary information that was completely anonymous and untraceable.
Yeah.
That's fucking bullshit, dude.
Yeah.
That means anybody in the world can summon a small platoon of guys with M16s to come to your house and pull you out. And if you make one false move, they might fucking shoot you between the eyes, all on anonymous information from a third party. That's fucking crazy.
It's
Yeah,
true.
but the police should, you should recognise swatting a mile off. It says swatting, anonymous call, etc. People being held, guns or something like that. It just rings around. And then, of course, then when nothing's there, you should be able to pick it up. But Tim Pool got he's been swatted 15 times in about 2 years. Tim Pool has, but about a month ago, he had intruders in one of his properties, and he's currently there's a bullet hole in his kitchen where they everyone in Tim Pool's compound now is their gun holders there basically.
Yeah, because now it's going to be like the boy who cried wolf. They're not going to show up when it really happens.
Well,
It's like
I'm going to
it's like
buddy.
It's like a comedian I heard saying that he had the £2,000 security system. Yeah, and he was obviously elaborating on all this
Pretty
stuff.
damn heavy.
He had to call the police. They never turned up. He said so. He just got rid of everything and just bought 3 ISIS flags. He said the police have been watching his house for 6 weeks, day and night. It's just,
There was a guy in New Jersey who had a Santa pissing on an ISIS flag a few years back.
Wow.
And he swatted himself with that because somebody called an ISIS flag on display, and fucking New Jersey, whatever, SWAT showed up, and he explained, no, you see,
It's not illegal to have an ISIS flag.
I was just going to say
Santa
that.
has the stream of Christmas lights peeing on it, and they were
I-
like, oh, okay, you're good. It's all right.
I
Sorry,
just-
we
I-
showed up.
I just wonder about anybody in the Western world having the capability to actually reproduce an ISIS flag.
It's just
Well,
a few
Welsh,
sayings from the Quran, right?
Welshman and Biscuit.
Yeah.
Am I right? Am I right in thinking it was reported when the Manchester bombing went off? The guy was known to the police and had an ISIS flag flying out of his window.
Is that the one
And
at the Ariana Grande
Yeah,
concert?
yeah. He would cycle home from Dewsbury Mosque, and I can't say the word. I can't think of the word. Read the Quran in his brain, and he would like sing it out. The funny thing about him, of course, is that we picked it up in the Mediterranean. A Royal Navy vessel picked it up in the Mediterranean. He was already a British citizen, so that's another question you should be asking yourself. What? We picked it up on a dinghy off Libya. What's going on here?
You know, I think if I remember correctly, either Hayden heard it or he knew people that were at it, but it was really close to where Hayden lived. And I remember him talking about that on some of his live streams, man. So scary shit, dude. Right down the street from some of you guys, man.
yeah.
Well, there's jihadists like literally half a mile from where I was.
And going back to the police, I mean, they all got. I think quite a few of them got prosecuted, as well as the ambulance service, because they knew the bomb went off and didn't bother turning up for over. I think it was over an hour, was it?
Yeah.
How common that is. We went through that here in South Florida, the high schools.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Stoneman.
There was an officer who was on duty who chose not to go in.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
Peterson.
I'm watching the
His
video.
name was Peterson.
Well,
He
where was
stood
this?
outside the door and heard the rounds going off.
Fort Lauderdale terrorist attack airport. Does that ring a bell?
Yes, I remember that. That was the guy with a handgun. He got off.
Right. Well, I remember seeing some unbelievably unusual footage from that airport. It was crazy footage. It was unless it was a movie prop. I'm a bit wiser and I'm a bit older.
No, the guy got off. He had a gun in his luggage, which was amazing that it actually got to that point because he was a rival. And he went in the bathroom and pulled the gun out of his luggage and went into like a lobby. I don't think anything happened. I think he was detained right away.
Well, is there 2 airports in America that have been attacked in the last 10 years? Because I remember seeing it was either now I'm wiser and I'm older. It could have been a movie set that someone had put in there and then put it in his app. But when I was watching it looked staged. Everything looked staged. There was people sat down quiet, and then all of a sudden they started.
South Florida, people don't freak out too much down here.
Crisis actors.
There was
They're everywhere.
some of the guys from 9/11 all went through Logan, my hometown airport, which is pretty embarrassing. They got on the planes with box cutters. Apparently, that was A-OK back in the day, right?
I tell you what, a box cutter shouldn't have stopped anyone though. Where was the alpha man then?
Right. Well, they were doing what they were supposed to do, which is to give the give in to terrorist demands because
Well,
The guys over
the Alpha
Pennsylvania
Men-
didn't.
the-
The guys
The
in
Alpha Men
Pennsylvania-
were on the Pennsylvania flight.
No,
That's
they had phone calls to say that the other ones had been driven into fucking. So they knew there was no option. But yeah, maybe in the earlier flights, they were telling everyone to calm down, don't do anything. It's all going to be fine.
Right, and don't turn into Marky Mark, because Marky Mark Wahlberg came out and said after 9/11, like he would have jumped into action. Like all of a sudden he thinks he's in an action movie. He'd have been on the ground with his fucking blood gurgling out of his jugular if he tried some of his shit with his 5'1" fucking body. He wouldn't have done anything against these fucking guys.
Marky Mark, he was into some trouble before he was a big superstar and came
I'm
out.
well aware, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, because that's
Stealing cars.
he's from your hood is
My hood,
why,
bro. His family's a bunch of dirtbags. His older brother cut off a guy's arm with a fucking samurai sword on an MBTA bus, and that's no joke, dude.
Really?
Not Donnie,
And he-
but the other one.
The one that's got the TV show with the burger joint?
No, not Paul.
Wait,
There's
not the guy from Band of
Irish
Brothers.
family.
Not the guy from Band of Brothers.
No, I don't know who you're talking about.
You're talking about Wahlberg, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Whatever happened to
the brother was in Band of Brothers, the movie, the HBO series.
But Marky, one brother did the crazy shit with the samurai sword. Marky fucking took a short bat to an old Asian American guy, fucking blinded him one eye and shit, like fucked him all up, dude. You heard about that, right, Aphid?
I think that's what I'm talking about. Like before he was. What do you know what happened to the Funky Bunch?
It was a good vibration for a long time, and it was a sweet sensation. No, I mean
That dude was built though, man. You gotta give him that. That dude was jacked.
Yeah, I mean, over in Fields Corner, there was a giant billboard of him up there in his pair of fucking jockeys, all ripped. And that's where he grew up. And that shit was in his home neighborhood, dude. It was 100 feet tall.
Oh my god.
Can you imagine?
No.
the actor in Band of Brothers is Donnie Wahlberg.
Donnie Wahlberg. Yeah, not Donnie.
Not Donnie.
Donnie was in NKOTB.
Donnie is in Blue Bloods.
Yeah. He was a new
He was
kid.
in the Sixth Sense too.
I gotta tell you,
the only
Donnie
role I
was
liked of him.
absolutely fantastic in Band of Brothers. He was like the star. He was.
I thought the sniper was the star. I loved him. I like how he had the same prayer he would recite before every shot, and then he lined up.
No, that's Private Ryan. That's
He was
Private
good.
Ryan.
He was good, man.
That's Private
Easy,
Ryan.
Oh, what movie did you say?
It's a TV
Band of
series.
Brothers.
Band of
Band of
Brothers.
Brothers.
Yeah,
I apologize.
never watched-
Sorry.
I never watched Band of Brothers.
it's brilliant.
But
Oh my
I do
God.
know what Smoke Steve's talking about though. I like that dude too. And
Yeah.
Easily confused. I apologize. I wasn't listening clearly.
that beginning scene in that movie, man, it
That's
goes on
the
for
most-
45 minutes.
It's
like
the most
that's-
impressive. I saw that in the movie theater, man, and the rounds were coming from all over the place in the movie theater. It was like they had the sound system perfect.
Yeah, I
You
bet
could
that was
hear-
cool.
It was unbelievable. That was Saving Private Ryan.
Yeah,
I think I
the
saw it in
dude-
the movies too. But I
The
don't
dude
remember.
kind
They-
of
they copy-
hobbles by and reaches down and grabs his own arm.
They copied that
That was-
same scene in the first Medal of Honor game on the PlayStation.
Yeah, it was
Really?
as well, wasn't it? Yeah.
I'll tell you another harsh army scene is Jacob's Ladder. It's kind of an obscure movie. I don't know, but anybody else has seen. But there's some rough footage in that movie as well.
Never heard of it.
I've not seen that. I don't think.
That's-
I've heard
that's
it,
not-
I've heard it, but I haven't seen it.
That's not the burning in Dresden, is it?
No, Jacob's Ladder. It's this movie with Tim Robbins. Is that the guy's name?
Tim
Yeah,
Robbins?
Tim Robbins,
Robbins.
as in
Tim Robbins.
Shawshank Redemption guy.
Yeah, that dude. And he's like, well, it's really a kind of a messed up movie. It's
Andy
really-
Dufresne?
Yeah,
Holy shit.
My favorite
What's that
movie,
from?
Shawshank Redemption.
Yeah, Andy Dufresne. Yeah, that's.
Yeah, Andy was a fucking stud.
My favorite film. That.
When those two queers wind up on the beach at the end, you love that.
Wait.
Come on, we can have a little fun.
No fun.
Around. It's
You must
baseball.
go to an oak tree and find a strange rock and dig under it.
Well, that was a cool movie. Had some memorable scenes.
Yeah.
And what about what's it's gone right out of my head now? Oh, Schindler's List. That can be that's
The best.
Never
I'm a-
saw it.
I'm a
was a
Spielberg
blast.
guy. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, this is like a Seinfeld episode. You never saw Schindler's List?
No.
God, come on.
And Seinfeld, it was, wait, I heard you had a date and you were making out with her watching Schindler's List.
Exactly. Yeah.
Schindler's List is way too real.
Right, it's too. It's
Yeah.
very,
No
very
kidding. Hyper
Disturbing.
realistic.
Yeah.
No kidding, huh?
Bru-
Does it
Worth
show
watching.
some like
Worth
acid?
watching.
The brutal murders of them Jewish people, man. It was awful.
Yeah, horrible.
And they're very graphic in that
Oh,
movie.
yeah, very.
Wow.
Shoot.
The black and white aspect
Yeah.
of it makes no difference. It's,
Yeah.
Oh, what's the movie that's like really tense in the first 10 minutes? It's like you're right there in the room, which is it Inglourious Bastards when their Jews are hidden under the floorboards?
Yes.
Yes, Inglorious
Yes.
Bastards.
He knows they're there, but he says he's like making out.
Yeah, he
doesn't.
sits there and he's like just
Oh.
chilling, you know, like
That's
welcome me into
horrible.
your home. I'm gonna sit
Yeah.
here and I'm gonna
Yeah.
reason with you guys, and then I'm gonna kill all these Jews you got hiding underneath the floor.
You never saw it.
He actually asked for milk.
Yes.
Yeah, he
does.
did. He drank some milk with her.
Yeah.
I've only seen clips of it from YouTube. Like, there's one scene they call it the Bear Jew, and I think that comes out
He's
with
awesome. He's got a baseball bat.
a
Not a
baseball,
baseball
bat.
bat.
That's a famous scene. Like, do you think that was a cool scene when he bashes the colonel or whatever guy's head open on screen? I mean, is that over the top or was it good?
It was good.
Well, it was a Quentin Tarantino movie, so
Yeah.
you went into it
It's
knowing
to
that
be
that was a
expected.
very real
And
possibility.
the beauty of that film is the girl, who is like a sub character, has a black guy working for her in fucking Paris. So it's like, and she's Jewish, he's black, and they're gonna burn them all. It's like Tarantino all the way, man. It's like them, like the Django goes wrong when they burn the house down. It's the same concept.
Same
You know,
movie,
that's
same director.
Right, that's a pretty good movie too. I
Yeah,
like that
that's
movie.
very good.
Which one's that? Django Unchained.
Yeah, and I didn't give it when it came because I don't know. I feel like I my expectations for Tarantino were up so high after Pulp Fiction that slowly they decreased for a while, and I didn't
Not at
give
all.
some of the movies credit that they deserve.
Never saw Django either.
What about Pulp Fiction?
Wow.
You seen that?
That's
Well,
what I did.
Aphid, it's funny you should say that because a couple of days, just about a week or so ago, talking to a mate who's never seen Pulp Fiction. So I said, I'll just download it for you. So anyway, it's just making sure the copy worked. And I watched the first minute or two, and that was it. I just sat down and watched the whole movie.
Yeah,
It just
man.
pulls you straight in. He's like,
It's so
my
good.
wife was like, "Why are you watching?" I said, "Shh, I'm just going to watch it."
And you can also pick up like in the middle of that movie, and it's
Yeah,
it's just totally fine. You don't feel like you missed out by missing the first half of it.
I like Bruce Willis in that movie. He was like out of the blue. And
There's nothing to not like about that movie. It's
I'm-
close to perfection as there is, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, agreed. But is Quentin one of those dodgy nonces that we should be worried about?
No.
What?
I haven't heard that.
Well, before we get into the intricacies of that, I thought the toughest part of that movie was when Vincent got wasted by Bruce Willis after taking a shit. I thought that was the worst part. I don't know.
What do you mean
I don't know
worst?
if there was. I think the best part was when Bruce Willis saved Marcellus Wallace from getting gang raped and murdered by.
Yeah.
Ah, yeah.
Well, mine was when
And
When
that
he has
was
the
the guy.
fucking sword and he like,
Yeah, he's like,
and then Marcellus is like, we're gonna get a couple of hard hitting, what's and a couple pairs of pliers or some shit like.
Yeah.
Well, it's because the black guy wanted to kill Bruce Willis, and he saved him. Bruce
Right.
Willis saved him anyway.
Yeah.
So it's like we're even.
Yeah.
There was duality there. He was
Yeah.
going to be killed, and then he saved his life.
Yeah.
And the
He was meant
part
to
where he's
go-
picking
he was
the,
meant to go
he's
down,
picking,
wasn't he? In the 5th round, he was meant to go down, and he
Right.
didn't.
Yeah, he wouldn't do it. Yeah,
But
that
my
was great.
favorite scene is when John
That's
Travolta
just pride fucking with you.
onto his drug dealer, and he's going, "I'm coming to your house." He's going, "No way, man! You can't fucking come here! Don't
Right.
come!" And then the next thing you hear the screech of the wheels and that
Mm.
cars in the garden, and just the way they're putting a pen marker on her chest as to what do we do? What do we do? Just, boom.
yeah, it's like his 65 convertible Cadillac barreling across his lawn with
Yeah.
the person overdosed in the passenger seat with the top down, and the dude's a heroin dealer. It's like the worst scenario.
You know what? Talking about Tarantino, did you guys see the one where it's the remake of the Manson murders, the Hollywood Story? I think is the name of it. It's got
Yeah.
Brad Pitt. He beats up the Chinese guy, and he's a
Bruce
double.
Lee.
Bruce Lee, thank you. He's a double for the actor.
I heard about this.
Dude,
Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Yeah,
Thank
I
you.
heard about this.
it's
I watched it. I
it's
was
like what would have happened if this was true? The Manson family would not have fucking killed anybody because this guy showed up and kicked her ass when they were going in to kill the family and write the blood and all that. I read Helter Skelter, so that was this was like the antithesis of Helter Skelter. Anyway,
Yeah, I missed that one, too.
I think I remember that scene, but I don't remember seeing that movie.
well, it's something you should see. It's a Tarantino movie, so
Mm.
it's out there. But
Was the Beatles song before it, or the reason for that?
yeah,
or-
according to Helter Skelter, it was. Yeah,
Well,
according to Charlie Manson.
yeah, according
Yeah.
to Manson.
Helter Skelter. It was
No, he
spelled
just-
out.
All he said was that he took the helter skelter to him was a secret message to start a race war for
Yeah.
some
Oh.
reason. But
I
Yeah.
quite like the song. I never picked up anything. I don't. It's
buddy.
funny lyrics.
Well,
I think-
we're talking about Biscuit. We're talking about Charlie Manson here. So
that was
Yeah.
based.
Last Dance is like Beatles talk. Hold my beer.
Yeah, frankly, I find that to be one of their more simplistic, like unmelodic kind of drum.
Right, exactly.
It's sort of what I would call dino rock. Don't you want me to? I mean, it's a cool song. It's all vibey, but they had
Well-
so much more melodic shit, dude.
What
Like
I
even
heard
at that
was
same time,
what I heard was that McCartney wanted to compete with the Who for making something loud and screechy.
Oh, they
Oh.
failed at that.
Right.
I seen a really funny meme about John fucking hell, not Paul McCartney, the other one,
John
So-
Lennon,
John Lennon.
John Lennon, his missus, Yoko Ono, whatever her name is.
Yoko. Yeah.
Yeah, there was a meme and he said, I broke up the Beatles, and then the other one with Meghan Markle said, I broke up the Royals.
Not bad, not bad. Yeah, I clicked on a video like recently, and it was like Clapton sitting in with John Lennon, and then in the background Yoko is yelling. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? She literally ruins
Yeah.
maybe one of the only times like these guys may have gotten together. It was like a mini super group, sort of a get together of famous people, like impromptu.
That sounds like her.
God, it's crazy, man. The things she passed over as art, I don't think are art. It's fucking
Well-
garbage.
Well, you know who was very impressed with her? John Lennon. So
Yeah.
what are you going to do?
But isn't it true that their son, is it
Sean.
John Lennon Jr., is now a female?
Julian?
Julian
Jul-
Lennon.
yeah.
Julian is his son with his first wife, Cynthia.
Well, who's the
Yeah.
other one?
No, Yoko's son with him. He looks just like him too.
Yoko's the son John had with Yoko is Sean Lennon.
That's right.
Is he the gay? He went transsexual or
No,
something?
as far as I know, he's not.
Is he a gay?
Wait, it was another son. No, we're talking. I'm not
He
just
only has
talking
two
gay.
sons.
I'm Welshman. I'm talking about
I'm just joking.
transsexual. Like
I mean,
What-
you might be right. I haven't heard that.
Okay.
But
I don't
Julian he always had quite long hair, like a
Yeah,
girl, I
Julian.
suppose.
No, he actually looked like John Lennon though.
Yeah, they
He
both
had a
did.
few songs out. He released an album or two, I think.
I think a lot of people I think those guys are pretty well off, so they're both in the inner circle of music and bands,
Definitely.
and people seem to love them. Both of them get high marks as being people who hang around and probably drink, and they're in the inner circle. I think.
Well, that's because they bring the cocaine, dude.
They bring the
Cocaine
name.
to the party.
They bring the blood of John Lennon. Therefore, they're in.
Yeah, that and the cocaine too.
Maybe.
They're right at Columbia too.
Courtney Cox, that's another one. Destroyed the band, isn't it? That's another one. Is it
Oh,
Courtney Cox?
he's got it all. One gay, one
No,
trans.
it's Courtney Love.
Uh,
That's
There
it.
we go.
What is it with me with names today? I've got every name wrong so far today.
Courtney Cox destroyed Friends. No, she
Welcome
Man,
to our world, Base.
Based, I totally knew exactly who you were talking about, and it never
Courtney
even crossed
Love.
my mind that you were saying it wrong.
Nah.
I doubted it when I thought about it. I said, "Oh yeah, Cox." And when I said it, I went, "Oh, that's an actress." Shit.
Well, random Goo, if you were here, he'd say you have Cox on the brain. So
He just said
that's what he would say. I would never. say
one
that.
name was Love, the other was Cock. Love Cox. Anyways, Courtney Love is the one, and it's
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people say that she. I mean, I don't know, but it all a bit fucked up. I know he was a very
Yeah.
fragile person that has major episodes. So
yeah. I don't know. I think she had a few good songs. The song "Doll Parts" is I bob my head to. It's a good song. I think "Doll Parts."
I just feel so sorry for them.
Yeah, I don't think she. I think Kurt Cobain put a gun to his own head and put
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what
happened.
212 gauge.
Back in the set.
People blame her because she apparently had infidelities. I'm sure he had more than his share.
The guy was
Infidelity.
doing hundreds, close to thousands of dollars of heroin
Yeah, he was a heroin
at a
addict.
time. Yeah, I
I'll
mean,
bet that had more to do with his suicide than anything.
That
Yeah,
helps
maybe
those
not.
artists, though.
he had problems with apparently, like I've heard rumors that he had some sort of pains in his stomach or some shit. Maybe, who knows?
Yeah.
I don't know. But did a lot of heroin, so.
yeah, I've seen a program about him. I can't remember which one it was. And of course, they've all got an agenda, but he did seem to have a quite troubled childhood for a period. There was no rules in his childhood. It was like his family were quite mobile. I think they just went from pillar to post all around the country. And
Hey, what was that
Even-
expression from pilly to post?
Pillar to post.
pillar to
Pillar.
post.
Interesting.
Yeah, but he did seem to be like really up and down. I can't remember what spectrum he was on, but he was fucking on a spectrum, massive one. Sadly,
Yeah, too bad.
You think maybe bipolar?
I don't know. I can't remember now, but yeah, from what I remember, he was like really high some periods, then just like dead low, which is bipolar, isn't it?
Yeah.
He had some funny lines, though, Kurt Cobain. Like at one of the MTV Music Video Awards, he was like, "Cool, maybe I could smack my woman around like Axel does," because Axel was like a total, like calling his lady like a hey bitch or whatever. Like and like Kurt heard this, and then he went up in front of the press and like talked shit about Axl Rose. It was like hilarious. I loved that rebellion that he had. And he would
Yeah,
joke
he didn't give a
around.
shit. He didn't give a shit for sure.
No, man, it was hilarious.
Like he don't
No.
care. He don't care that people are still talking about him 30 years later either.
No, he wore like grandma sweaters and played the weirdest Fender guitar of all time, but yet he great guitar tone. And though I don't think their music had longevity, when it first came out, I was like, fuck yeah, this is sick. But then after like 50 times, you're like, all right, on to the next one.
Exactly.
Not
I
complex at all.
Hi there. Sorry about that.
I agree.
So what artist in the UK or what group in the UK did I like sort of follow really intensely, and they were like the biggest band in the world in the 90s?
In the night. Oh, I thought you were gonna mention someone like
Oasis?
Was Nancy,
Yeah.
was Nancy responsible for Sid Vicious's death?
I don't know, but someone said Oasis, and yeah,
That was me, bro.
yeah. You know, no one can really beat the attitude that Liam and Noel gave. I mean, their attitude stunk, especially Liam's on quite a lot of occasions. But you gotta fucking love it. You gotta fucking love it, because it was like, fuck you, do what I want to fucking do.
They fought with each other.
Wasn't that the Irish lads?
No, the Manchester.
You're thinking
okay.
of, you're thinking of U2.
Yeah. Thank you.
Their blood is from Ireland, mind you, the Gallaghers.
Yeah, I know who they are.
But yeah, I mean, I seen him in '94 in Earl's Court in London, and I went there with I think there was two carloads from South Wales, so maybe 8 people, and a load of boys from Millwall. None of us had tickets, and we got to Earl's Court about an hour and a half before, and we all ended up buying tickets. And they were £15 tickets, and we were paying like 60 quid for them and shit like that. Fucking hell! And I bought a couple too many because I thought it was a good deal, and there wasn't a lot of tickets going around, and I just thought I'll get 2 more because the boys are coming on the train on the tube, and they come up and they say, "You wouldn't believe this." He said two girls were on the train on the tube. And the one started crying and getting really upset, and the other one said, "I'm going to stay with my friend. I have these tickets." And they had 2 tickets. So, but it was a crazy gig. It was just so intense, and that was like the first time I seen Oasis. And that
And
night,
you were spitting from that moment on.
yeah, because there was nothing else that give it to you like that.
You know why? Because it was a grand adventure for you.
Yeah. I went to
Well,
Nedworth. There was like hundreds of
to the Oasis gig at Nebworth.
Yeah, I went there as well.
I think that wasn't that the biggest crowd ever in the UK. Was it 125,000 the crowd?
I can't remember what the crowd was, but it was the biggest crowd.
It's the biggest gig there's ever been in the UK.
Yeah, for one band.
Yeah, I think it was 125,000.
I believe
That was minuscule compared to the Trump rallies, correct?
Well, Lee,
Inauguration, buddy.
we done it twice.
Biggest ever.
Did you do both the nights for Nebworth?
Yeah, we travelled. So yeah.
Jeez.
But you know what? Based your fondest memories were the traveling, man. The window open. You're squeezed into the back seat with about 6 other guys.
Yeah, we
were on
were
the way, man, and you were probably burning some of that illegal shit too.
Yeah, of course. It was.
I'm sorry to say.
It was crazy. Like I was with like people who were drug dealing, and they were all like class A's, and it was all a bit stressful. And I was like, "Oh fuck! I just want to get in. I just want to get in." You couldn't take any drinks in. You couldn't take water in. You couldn't take alcohol in. You couldn't take anything in. They were confiscating it. You have to buy it in there. And the drinking facilities were just like, because it was a one-off gig, they thought they had it sewn up, but they didn't realize that majority of their supporters are like young lads. They drink a lot. So I think it was like 6-7 hours to get a beer and a round. It was absolutely crazy. And the worst thing about the whole weekend was the sound. The sound was fucking awful. Awful. It was so bad. It was honestly, and it was so it was so fucking packed as well. Because what it was, they let you camp out in the grounds, in the country park grounds, but the actual arena itself was like a 50p piece, and you had to show your ticket to get into that bit. So it was like really like tight in there. was super sunny. The sound was shit. There was no drinks. Toilets were like just as bad as the drinks, so it was just pissing anywhere. It was just fucked up. 'Cause I've been to a few festivals, and that's like the worst festival I've ever been to.
Was it cool? Like, are you glad you went? Or
Yeah,
were you
it was fucking brilliant.
I
but
wasted it.
it was
Could you smoke a joint out in the open?
yeah. When you were in, you were in.
All right.
When you were in, you were in. But it was such a shit show because I'd done Glastonbury for like 15 years, and you know that's so tight now. That's so like, you know, perfect. They got everything sussed in. They got all drains. They got like, you know, like broadbands. Everything is like, you know, top notch.
Dave, I hate to interrupt, but I have a question. Did your ears ring after it was all over? Like you tried to sleep and you kept hearing fucking noise while you're trying to sleep because your eardrums were blown out?
Yeah, it was fucked up, mate. It was really good. I was in a scenario at the time where I was having an affair with someone there as well, so it was a bit. It was a bit fucked up.
Nice.
Let's go.
Yeah, I remember crazy, like, you know, late nights. But yeah, just like terrible. You'd be so pissed off with the sound in there. It's just like, who set this whole thing up?
I gotta tell you, I got sensitive hearing, and I always have. So I used to go to concerts when I was younger. I would take paper towels and I would make earplugs, stuff them in my ears so I could hang out during the concert. And that's even nightclubs. I used to do that, and thank God I did because it saved my ears. But sometimes I had the ringing the next day. Trying to go to sleep, you know. I could hear that ringing.
Even with the paper towels in the ears?
Yeah.
That's when you go up to an invention they probably came out with about 100 years ago. Earplugs.
Yeah. Well, I made earplugs.
Dude, I'll tell you, I've been there before myself. When shit gets loud, you have a piece of something around, jam it in your ear. It's better
Dude,
than nothing.
you used to run security, so you know what I'm talking about.
Steve, but it's so fucked up. Like at Glasgow, I'd be on mushrooms, pills, because, you know, it's a party weekend. That's what you do, isn't you? And maybe obviously a bit of smoke. You're all trying to look after each other, but you're all dribbling. You know what I mean? You know, that's if you're with each other at the end of the night. But you know, it's great. Glastonbury's unbelievably great.
Yeah, I've been once, just once.
Yeah, I mean, what year was that roughly?
Early 90s it would have been.
But it was still rough then. It was still rough because first time I went was '94 and it was rough then.
Well, what was the year, Welshman, when it was? I'll tell you, we went. Do you remember the fields just turned into mud? And we were just like whizzing down the field, just mud going all over because it was completely waterlogged. It was like, what's the point of trying to stay dry and everything else? You might just in the fun. And
purely out of ignorance, when us blokes here Glastonbury, we think of Glastonbury Abbey. Is that what you're talking about?
No, the festival. The biggest.
Is there an abbey associated with it? What the hell is this?
Yeah. But only you Americans would pick up the abbey. We don't.
Okay.
Glastonbury.
So there's no abbey. You're not going to an abbey for the festival.
No.
Abbey here, festival over there.
Steve. Okay. Steve, Google Glastonbury Festival and just put images up and have a look at the campsite on images, and you'll be that. It's 700 acres or 1,000 acres now.
And you get a lot of American artists that want to be on it as well. Yeah, so they come over and perform.
I don't know what year that is, my mate, because I went 94 and basically I went until 2016. And yeah, there's so many, because when it rains, it gets just the pathways get destroyed because you've got to understand that everyone walks on these pathways, and before you know it, they get fucking taken out because.
So we're
sorry. What's weird, really, lads, physics-wise, is that the mud dries really quick, and if you fall in the mud at certain occasions, the mud is warm because it's just been kneaded by just people for like solid. It's weird as fuck.
Now there's yeast in there from the human body dropping off.
Yeah, but like I said, it's in Britain. Like it'll rain for an hour and it'll be like 20 degrees. You know what I mean? And it'll be sunny then. And then, like I said, because people are just walking through a gate, like a big wide gate, but like, that area is like warm. The mud's warm now, and it'll be dry in like an hour. You know what I mean?
So where is that in the UK exactly?
Yeah, in Somerset.
Somerset is where?
It's sort of southwest.
Southwest.
Towards
UK?
Bristol. Yeah, towards
Oh, so
Bristol.
it's in England.
Yeah. Glastonbury Festival. Put that in Google now and just put images up, and you'll see the Glastonbury Festival. Do you have a look, Steve? You'll see
Yeah,
how
I'm
big it
looking
is.
at some of the people, the ladies right now that frequent said festival. They look happy. It looks good.
Yeah. There'll be some good pictures of Glastonbury.
Wow, some real pride flags going on there. Woo!
Oh yeah, full of that lot.
I don't know who that is.
I'm looking at images for Bristol. Wow, that's a beautiful city.
No. Put Glastonbury Festival, and then you'll get the festival and just go images. Any of you planning ever to come to the UK?
No.
Is that it?
Yeah.
That's a nice looking crowd, though. It's jammed.
Yeah, there should be some aerial shots where you'll see like the campsites and it's huge space.
Yeah, it's huge.
Looks like everybody's having fun.
Base,
Yeah.
what year were you born?
In the early 70s.
Yeah.
I like that. Wow, you're a youngster, man.
Smoke Steve, what are you, 76? I was 73.
Bicentennial, bro.
Dude, I graduated high school in 1976. You guys are such youngsters.
What do you mean? I graduated in '76.
You
No,
did?
I
Right, guys,
graduated
I've
in
got to
'80.
go. It's 2:30 here. So
I
have a
started
good
in
week.
'70.
Seriously.
I'll see you, Lee.
See you, Lee.
Happy New Year,
All right.
buddy.
Happy New Year.
Bud.
Take care.
Take care.
Good talking.
You're the man, Lee.
Take care, buddy.
No, I started in '76. I graduated in '80.
80.
I graduated college in 80. Anyway, just got to give you in perspective, based. You're a punk.
No,
He means that in the nicest way.
Yeah, I
exactly. I do.
No, I was like about 6 when the punks were about. So, but yeah, I do know about the punks.
But you know what? I'm so glad that you younger guys are so well educated and experienced. It gives me hope.
I'm so glad that I hang, that I'm with a guy that thinks of me as a younger guy.
Well,
What,
you're a punk too, there. I hate to tell you, but I love your family experiences, dude. And I'm not judgmental. I used to work with guys and they used to say, he spoils his son and then he spoils his daughter. And I used to say, the prerogative of a father is to be able to spoil his children. And I've always believed that because I don't get involved with families, you know what I mean? And I don't make judgments either, but I'm an observer, so.
My prerogative is nobody knows the secret recipe to raising the perfect child. And
Exactly. Nobody does.
on the farthest ends of the spectrum, you got shit kids that come out of it. So I just hope for the best.
You know what it comes down to? It's don't become a victim to others who are overexcited by environmental influences, because you could be the kindest and sweetest parent and still end up with a rogue.
Yep.
In other words, when you're looking at children, you have to look at, and you guys are, especially you, Last Dance, you're a computer guy. You got the hard drive and you got software.
Last Dance is a computer guy. I never really thought.
Oh,
of Last
he's
Dance
the
as
coder, right?
the computer guy.
He's the coder.
Steve's the
I
new
do
computer guy.
program, yeah.
Steve.
All right, so you got the hard drive or you got the software on the
It
children.
sounds like a
You know what I
euphemism.
mean? And what happens is a lot of people believe that the software is much more important than the hard drive.
Well, I prefer the hard drive when I'm. with
Oh,
my
I'm
girl-
sure you
with
do.
my girlfriend. The software is very disappointing.
He takes a little blue pill to get to the hard drive.
Exactly.
What did Killer Mike, the rapper, used to call them? Blue Diamonds? That's a very obscure reference if anyone even knows Killer Mike. Based is back.
Sorry. Yeah, I was going to say about the Twitter, chaps. What are you thinking about Twitter? Because I know 3 of you on the top line are Twitter users. I don't know about my grande.
No.
Yeah. What do you think about
I don't-
Twitter recently? And
I only use Twitter to talk to the other 2 guys on the top line.
Yeah, but it's great for that.
It is great for that.
I mean, I think it's great that a lot of people have been unbanned.
Yeah.
And I think it's disappointing that some journalists have been banned for very doubtful infractions.
are we on about the old real-time doxing locations?
Yeah, that was pathetic.
It's
So-
bad.
Well-
They don't have control of the web. What would you call it? The platform of Twitter. They admit that because about 30% of the comments go unseen by everybody. I figured this all out recently that responses to responses don't all get seen. You can't find them sometimes. You might see
No.
your own response with 10 responses, and then you're like, where are all the responses? You can't
Steve,
fucking find them.
What you're realizing is the frailty of modern technology. It's the same thing with TikTok. Their servers are being overwhelmed all the time because they're trying to cut back. So maybe even they're increasing the temperature in their servers. These guys are cutting corners, and they realize that the users are much more tolerant for failure than I was in my day.
Okay.
What if Elon Musk?
And
What if Elon wants them to ban TikTok so he can create a mirror image?
Well, no, because TikTok's owned by the CCP.
That's what I'm saying.
that's true.
He may want it to get canceled so he can take over with some sort of his new
Just
talk.
But
what
I'm
he is,
talking-
yeah, he's gonna do a similar sort of thing. He's gonna do a similar sort of thing in the end. That's gonna Twitter could be used for Mars, for example. It can easily be done from anyway. What I was going to say, boys on the top row, you want to check out sources on Twitter now. It's the one at the bottom and it looks like a mic. There's loads of live chats in there. It's really good, lads. Really good.
Sources? Where's
Yeah.
this?
So Twitter's got a new function. He made redundant 80%, and he brought a new function in. It's fucking amazing. It's really good. So what they released some of the Twitter files, and then they talked about it after. They had over like 300,000 people on a phone call. They have like 10 speakers, and then you can just listen into the phone call. But they were like, Elon Musk.
What am I looking for, Wellsheet? I'm looking at Twitter here.
Yeah, I got Twitter on right now. What are you talking about?
Maybe
So-
Neil deGrasse Tyson. What am I
Twitter
supposed to say?
circle? Maybe.
Yeah, that's what I got. My top tweet.
With
is
that,
Neil
so,
deGrasse
so,
Tyson.
so on my mobile, it'll be the bottom middle function. You know, you got like
Mic or
DMs, then you've got like notifications. It looks like a microphone in the middle.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, I
hit
pushed it.
hit that, and then you'll see like boxes come up, and it'll say like
Mm-hmm.
NFT talk, and it'll say how many people are in it, and then you go to the next box, and it'll be a different box. Some are like for later recordings, and you'll see some will say live.
It's people just talking.
Yeah, so you can tap in it, tap into one.
I
and then-
am.
Wow, it sounds like he's doing TikTok because that's what
No.
TikTok is like.
Yo,
No.
they didn't give it to me. I got home, explore, notifications,
No,
messages,
everyone's got it. Everyone's got it. Everyone on TikTok.
bookmarks, Twitter Blue profile, and more.
That's on a laptop. I don't see the spaces on the laptop either. But I
Yeah,
do
we
see it
don't
on
have
the,
it. Our laptops
Here's
are
some
fucked.
here's some guy talking
I
right
see
now.
it on the
Hear that?
mobile app.
You know,
though.
it adds a dimension to the battlefield.
What are you using, Aphid? Are you using a mobile or are you using a
Mobile,
laptop?
yeah.
Going on the mobile right now. boys.
Yeah, sorry lads. It's most probably on mobile as on laptop. It's just somewhere else on laptop. So it would be the bottom row of buttons, and it's the middle one. Looks like a mic, Steve.
What?
Let me update your app.
I heard that.
I think I got to update my app.
No,
Are you on the app now?
I think so.
You look at the very bottom row. There's like a home icon and a search icon.
Home, search, bell.
The bell. The next one from. Oh, there's no microphone between the bell and the search.
No.
Yeah. Oh,
Okay,
you need to
maybe
update
you do need
your
to
app.
update your app.
Yeah, you need to update it then. So you found it. You found it last time, yeah?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good, but
So it's like this. It's like this, like just some dudes like talking.
Yeah.
whatever subject they want to talk about.
But you can imagine when they were dumping the files, and they dumped like, was it number 7 or number 8, which is all about the FBI and stuff. And then Elon Musk comes on, and he's on his private jet, right, in the sky. He's on the call. He comes in and he sits on the call for like 2 hours, and he answers near enough any question there, and none of these questions are planned. Because there is like 10 people asking questions, but it goes organically. You can see it's just an organic sort of like live stream like this, but everyone is asking Elon a question. Basically, no one asks anyone else a question. They just ask Elon questions, and he faces questions for like 2 hours on it. He's done it a couple of times.
Elon rocks. He's a stud. He's like Daniel Boone, man. I shot a bar at this tree.
But
yeah,
I mean,
Shot a bar at this tree.
I mean, I don't know if I think Elon's really good for Twitter, and I think he's got his fingers in a lot of pies, and should we
That's
say?
for sure.
So anyway, but the Elon Musk thing with the press.
hair pie.
So
Forget
so
the press.
his
Press means nothing.
his jet is under a PIA, all right. And this kid that was doing live data on his plane, he was using software with his own knowledge of what particular plane it is, what style of plane it is.
It's because the kid knows the tail number and he's doing
No, but
flight log. Flight log. You can put that in. You can track any airplane.
When you get a PIA, that's not public. It comes in as nothing, or it comes in as something else.
Well,
It doesn't.
it's because somebody got the tail number on the airplane.
No, it's not that.
simple.
He's admitted it on an interview. He's admitted on CNN what he was doing. It's not an argument.
Oh, okay.
He knows what he did. So anyway, he said I want 50 grand or a Tesla. He said it on CNN. You should Google it. It's an unbelievable interview. It's crazy. But what happened was that Elon's son was traveling, and some lunatic in a car pulled up in front, blocked the car, and then one of Elon's staff filmed it. And it's on his Twitter page. He said, "What are you fucking doing?" And they took his number plate and etc. And I mean, Elon turned around and said, "Well, my son has just been challenged because they thought I was in the car, and it wasn't me; it was my son, right? Because he got off a plane. His son got off a plane, and his son's like small. I think it's anyway." Regardless,
Wait, I gotta ask you this.
He said anyone who gives live locations doxing for anyone,
Yeah.
it's an immediate ban. So all the press got together, and they all done a link, and he said, like, you do links, it's the same fucking as well. And he said, okay, well, that's it then. I don't fucking blame him.
I don't blame him either, but I don't know why he doesn't have
upset,
security
but I
for
don't
his son.
think he should.
But let's all remember one thing: every plane's location is public knowledge. Every fucking plane, all the time.
Google,
except for like secret planes.
Yeah, but Steve, this is what people VIPs can do. It's called a PIA, right? And that's hidden. It's hidden then. So it wasn't public. He was using software and his knowledge of what particular plane it was, model, and he could then work it out. Right? That's how he was doing it. He was doing it right through software and through obviously any other angles you get to confirm what the software was saying. Right? So a PIAC stops that. So it's not public. That's what the mainstream media basically refused to mention.
But theoretically, once you figure out which plane is his, you could track it indefinitely.
It changes. The code changes.
That's correct.
Okay.
It's PIA is a private ICAO address. It's designed to make the tracking that people do more difficult.
Yeah.
I don't know how this kid did it, but there's a way.
Yeah, in your own time if you want to. If you do CNN and that kid, he'll tell you.
Cool. I love it. The kid should be on Veritasium or one of the other great science channels.
No. Honestly, you see the interview with him. He's fucking. He's on meds or something. He's basically admitting to a blackmail.
Yeah.
There and then he's literally saying, "Right, I want 50 grand." And he says it, or a Tesla. He says
50
it.
grand, moron.
Well,
I know.
I would do 50 million with Elon.
Sorry.
I said if I was going to blackmail that guy, I would say 50 million instead.
Yeah. But he says it on CNN. You can't make it up, chaps. This is how weird it is.
Don't forget, for $50,000, Elon could have the kid wasted. So,
but he.
I
can't
don't
ask for too
understand
much.
why Elon doesn't have some form of security for his family.
But it's not just Elon. He's done it to a few now, and I think he has been paid off by others.
Well, he probably does have security. But security doesn't keep someone from stalking you or following you.
Yeah. I mean, Last Dance. If you can imagine your child being basically challenged in driving out of the airport.
Fuck. You know what? I'm not going to feel sorry for Elon Musk's children.
Right. Okay. Because they're innocent, of course. You don't care about the innocence.
Well, no, I do. Okay. I do believe they're innocent.
All right.
I think
I hear your answer. It's typical.
And it's not typical. I think it's misplaced.
That's literally the worst thing you could have said. The worst thing you could have said, I don't give a fuck about Elon's son. That would be literally the worst thing you could have said then. No. I don't understand if you couldn't give a fuck about Elon.
Well, no, here's the funny thing.
Why don't you care about EXB12V9K1? I mean, the kid is a sweet kid. Yeah, he's a sweet little guy.
He's got 10 kids as well, so I don't know which one it is.
Convenient affection on your part, my friend.
So listen, I'm thinking there's another way to track the plane, that it must have certain frequencies. Maybe this kid has he's got it, and once he has it, he's never letting his tracking software.
They have transponders.
Literally following it, even if it's in a hangar, it's
the transponder.
It's not a transponder, but
it's not a transponder, Magranda, because it's different. Because a PIA stops that from making it public, like we just said. Last time, just literally Googled it and told you that.
Well,
I'm just wondering how the kid could do it. What's he
tracking?
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, he was doing it through his own software and the knowledge of what model it was and social media, of course. So he was using a number of things to sort of pinpoint it, to and then he would just tweet out, where he is and where he's.
Now, will a flight come up if it's in the air but be anonymous? Is it still trackable but zero information?
There'll be a tracking number, but it'll change.
But it's still there.
It's still there.
But it's not the tail number. It's not the tail number.
Knowledge of everywhere it's going.
And he has the course.
Exactly. That's one.
He has the course as well.
Yeah, that's what he's doing. He's using a couple of things to pinpoint it, but it hasn't got his number plate on the back end, and that's not showing on.
If you look at Flight Tracker, you can see many aircraft intersecting.
Yeah, but
and they do have data involved on the tracking line.
His data will all be false. It'll all be it wouldn't be. It wouldn't be Elon Musk's private Sea jet plane, would it?
But once he established that was the aircraft, and it changed its
Yes, I
identification,
agree. I agree with you there.
he would be able to
Between
determine it
social
because of his
media,
course.
his own software, and
No,
Well,
but
maybe
what I'm
him just
saying
looking
is-
at the course line, because
I'm
they're
saying,
gonna
look
put
at
the
it
course
this way.
line on there.
If he knew that Elon was in a certain city, he could then wait for planes to leave and then by order of elimination probably get down to
Yeah.
exactly which one is
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
If you were really,
Okay,
if you were,
that's a 747, that's a Delta,
Right.
that's a this, that's
yeah,
a that.
agreed.
Oh, wait,
Agreed.
what's that mystery plane?
if you
Yeah.
were really obsessed, you could probably figure it out based on
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, and like I said, that's what he's doing. He's using a couple different angles to get there.
And like you said, he's made money before. So
I believe he has with Jeff Bezos. He's got another account going, Jeff Bezos private jet location. He's got
poor Jeff. Jeff will pay him off right away. I think Jeff is Jewish, isn't he?
No, I
Last
don't think
Dance?
so. Not that I know.
I'm sorry, dude. I
Is
was
he
One of your
playing with you.
countrymen?
I believe
don't
not.
know.
He's not.
He's fucking
is.
jacked these days. He's
Jeff
apparently
Bezos
taking,
is Jewish. Come on.
he's
Why
taking
do you
some
say that?
steroids, man. He's jacked.
Am I completely wrong?
Why? Because he
Probably.
makes money? I mean, what?
No. I just really want to know. Am I wrong? Last Dance. I want to be corrected if I am.
Yeah, you are wrong.
Okay, good. I accept that. Thank you. Apologize.
His wife, she got a tough break in the divorce. I think somewhere in the vicinity of like 53 billion.
Poor thing. Oh, poor thing.
I think she got just $1 billion or something horrible like that.
Oh my
Just a
God.
billion.
How awful.
Okay. One of them got half of his worth at the time.
I think that was the Microsoft queen.
Did you know that the FBI had 80 agents working in Twitter?
No.
Okay, I was instructed to show a comment. Therefore, I showed the comment. I'm kidding. Let's see. What does she say?
She's saying, would Elon be concerned about the? He would say yes, but it only since his own predicament would he ever be concerned about anybody else's.
Well, Lips of TikTok has been targeted with like some violent hate speech and shit. He's not doing anything about that. So
No, nor should he. That's
Well-
life when you're a public figure. It's
I,
pretty,
I found she wasn't a public figure. That's why that's the problem. She wasn't.
She didn't make her real name known, but she was a public figure.
No,
Absolutely.
she wasn't. She
Of
wasn't.
course she was. She had
She was
like
a-
1 million followers.
She was anonymous. But when
Well, that
when
doesn't
you
mean you're
take-
not a public figure.
Well, you're a social media. So you're anonymous. She was completely anonymous.
Yes, I understand that, but she was a very public figure. Just no one knew her name. No one knew her personally.
Yeah, but when you say public, you think that she give like radio interviews. No one knew her voice.
fuck.
She
But-
put herself out there.
Yeah,
Right.
That was the
exactly.
risk. That was the risk she took.
She
Oh,
would be
right,
a
well,
public
it's-
figure
it's-
as far as the Supreme Court's
It's
ruling on defamation, for example.
it's the lowest of the low what that reporter did, and she had form for doing it, and then she cried wolf later on because when she got doxxed,
I'm not a
What's her
fan
name?
of
Lorenz?
Taylor Lorenz. Yeah.
horrible woman. Ugh.
However, Musk banned her for doxing she did
Yeah.
years ago. Not for
Yeah,
Not
I like
for-
his style. I
yeah.
like his style as well.
No, that was just totally wrong.
I like his style. I mean, she knew she was going to get fucked because about 2 days before she got taken down, she deleted all her tweets. She deleted all her tweets. She knew it was coming.
I'm someone who wants to see people stick to principles that apply,
Yeah.
whether you're a friend or an enemy, whether you're a Democrat or Republican. Transparent principles that we can all understand. Not when you change the rules, as things are going along.
Right.
And, if you tweet about my kid, or if you tweet
Well,
about the guy that tweets about my position on the airplane, then I'm going to ban you.
Well, wait there though. I've had strikes on my YouTube channel when it's been on there for 2 years.
YouTube is a disaster. They're not a good example.
No, YouTube sucks, but they're okay. But then they suck. It's weird.
Yeah, but McGrandy's best friend or second best friend, Ron DeSantis, he offered Libs of TikTok and her family at his home in the guest house. He said,
Oh, nice.
when it all happened, he got one of his representatives to ring her up, and
You know what the sad thing is? Have you ever been to Tallahassee?
it's really nice. I think that's really nice. They didn't know each other, obviously. He said,
I asked you if
"Come to
you've
my
ever
place."
been to Tallahassee, Florida. It's a shithole.
Uh-huh.
So,
Why'd you bring it up?
well, he said he invited these people to his home,
I reckon it's guest.
and I asked him if he's ever been to Tallahassee because that's where his home is, and it's a shithole.
Yeah,
His home is nice.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some houses in Detroit that are really nice.
Yeah, I live outside of St. Louis. What are you saying, asshole?
Yeah, I mean, he did offer that.
Yeah.
Well, go to Tallahassee, boys. You'll know what I mean.
You know, I think that's rather nice.
It is.
Seems like a nice chap.
Who, DeSantis?
Yeah.
Well, he's no friend of the First Amendment. I'll say that.
Well,
Ooh.
I mean, he lives in
Thank
the
you, my friend.
he lives in the governor's mansion, which is, it's a nice spread. So
Yeah. I reckon the guest house is pretty packer. I know.
Even you got in the state of Florida, you have Florida State and you have University of Florida. Florida State's in Tallahassee, and University of Florida is in Gainesville.
Mm.
And in Gainesville, it's a segregated campus. And in Tallahassee, it is a campus that is spread throughout the city. And the city is full of hills. It's a mass of confusion.
hills.
Oh, I like that. Cup of tea. I got to say it again since you brought that up, Steve. I really want him to come on and be a man. But nonetheless, we're talking about Tallahassee and Gainesville. And I'll be brief because I know you guys are impatient. So Tallahassee, the campus is spread out. That's Florida State. University of Florida in Gainesville is an encompassed campus. It's like you can tell how far that campus is.
So
What
here's
the hell hat is that? That's a different hat. That's not the same hat.
No, man. It's like the fourth hat I've been wearing.
So this.
I'm just seeing what's comfy. That's
Let
all.
me just add one
Mind your own
data
business.
point because I was just reading it. This private ICAO address, it only changes right now once every 60 days. So
Yeah.
once someone figures it out, they can track
Yeah.
it for 60 days.
I thought it was 30 days.
Well, they're going to at some point, maybe it has occurred. It's going to be every 20 days.
Right.
But even 20 days is,
Yeah, every day.
every day at least, because someone who's obsessed
Yeah.
can do what Smoke Steve was saying. You figure out first of all, you figure out which planes you already know. That gets rid of all the commercial.
Yeah,
aircraft.
exactly. I mean, you can draw out 90%
You're left with a
of the ones leaving there and now.
And then you just
Beyond
figure
that,
out based
I would
on.
even think you could possibly get a top view of the airport and know which plane was specifically his without having any numbers.
I'm not. You might. If
Google
you know
Earth.
enough about the plane, you could certainly you could figure out based on press recounts where he's going, which
Yeah.
cities, and
Which cities,
correlate
right.
that with planes
Did,
flying between
did
cities.
you see the footage of that stalker though outside that they filmed? Did you see that?
I saw that. Yes. Yeah, it was fucked up.
I mean, obviously he was just.
Put that one up, Steve.
He looked like some sort of weirdo. He had like socks on his hands. Someone said, like
He
you
had
know,
clearly had a face covering on, and it wasn't for fucking COVID because he's by himself in a car. It's because he was trying to be.
and to have socks on your hands, it doesn't look good. He was clearly up to no good.
Who's that? Ron DeSantis? Socks on his hands.
No, the stalker that was stalking Elon's son. As
Oh, same
But-
guy, you mean?
it's just, it's obviously, I'd be really confused.
Ron DeSantis is stalking Elon Musk too, isn't he?
I don't
He's
know.
waging war on those guys.
But I don't really blame him for losing his shit over it. So yeah,
I
Well-
do think he's letting his emotions get in the way of running Twitter. I think
Exactly.
that might be bad for
Yeah.
the company.
Right.
A little bit like Ron DeSantis is doing with Florida.
but it couldn't be any worse than what Twitter has been. That's what you mean. I mean,
I'll agree that it's not worse, but it should be what he promised, which is
well, he did say he would suspend anyone for giving on location, direct location, on time location.
Right.
Sorry, on time
he
location.
only said that after he began suspending people for doing it.
Well, look,
I-
I think the timeline was close, and it might not have been like I was just. It might have been in reverse. I don't fucking blame him though. You're fucking around with my family. I'm not having this fucking shit. End off.
Right.
Let's
No, I hear
end
you.
fucking off.
I mean,
I
Basically,
think he should give day-to-day run of the operation to somebody else.
Yes.
He
Yeah.
should have some sort of a overseeing role, and obviously he can have like
He doesn't
final
want to.
editor fucking status for everything and decide what.
Yeah,
what
he's an
wants.
engineer. He's an
Yeah.
engineer. I've
Yeah.
I've seen so many programs with Elon now. He's definitely an engineer. He
He
loves.
definitely is. And I agree with you. He should hand it off to another.
Yeah, he bought Twitter to buy Twitter to try and make things better. That's it.
No, he bought Twitter out of pride. So he and
No, he doesn't
believe
need to
me,
buy Twitter.
it was a
He's
trick
never
to
going to make a buck out of it. He's never going to make a buck out of Twitter.
No, he's not. It's going to be his downfall. That's why he's right.
Well,
Steve is
He's
right.
he's the new
He
Trump.
needs to appoint
He's
a
the new Trump.
manager to run it, and he needs to focus on SpaceX,
Agreed.
Tesla,
100% agreed.
and all the rest of it, the boring operations and the battery production and all that. He needs to focus on that because that's what's
I
important.
agree with that.
Yeah.
That's more important
Yeah,
than Twitter.
he
Yeah.
can jump on Twitter when he's having a glass of fucking
Yeah,
whatever that Patty McWatty fucking whiskey is at night. Or
I mean, we're talking about a man that works 60 to 100 hours a week, so he needs
Twitter-
to really.
But
He needs-
Twitter is faster now. Twitter is faster. He's brought
Here's the thing.
wait there. He's brought this sources in, and this sources, like I said, it's had like 300, 400,000 people on calls there.
Spaces. Spaces.
Spaces, is that what it's called? Sorry.
That's what it's called. Spaces.
Sorry. Yeah. I can't say any words these days. Sorry. I
Twitter
can't say any
is
words.
a rabbit hole. It will destroy any human being that has any intellect completely. It's
Come
he
on.
needs to. No, it is. It's
You're
the poison.
exaggerating.
He needs
Let's say
to
nonsense.
back off Twitter, and he needs to work on his other projects.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
I agree. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I've seen interviews with him. You can see his brain working. He's always thinking of different things. You can just see it ticking away. And like I said, like everyone, I think everyone's agreed. Twitter's not really for him, and he's just bought it just for the. He might use it, like you said, for like Mars and stuff, because people have said that technology will get to Mars. Text will get to Mars, no problem.
Maybe open input from people. That was the in the early days. Remember, we need people to look at the stars so the bot instead of it's the anti-bot thing where people would put their computers on a line and allow them to process data. Yeah, this was before the super servers were in place. People's home computers could actually process data from observatories on what was going on. So, but the thing is, Twitter is not good for him.
No, I agree.
He's a groundbreaker, man. I mean, come on. They actually want to build one of his tunnels here in Fort Lauderdale. And the project to me is absolutely ridiculous because it makes no sense. They want to bore under some rivers and shit like that to the ocean. It doesn't make any sense to me.
It doesn't make any sense to me that his tunnels.
Yeah. Well, some of them do, but
Well, it might
the
make
one
sense in
here
Seattle.
doesn't. The one here doesn't.
Well, the reason they don't make sense is they're too expensive. And
Well-
his machine was supposed to make them not too expensive, but they're still too expensive.
You know, it's funny. Last Dance, they did a project about, I'll say 10 years ago. It was in Miami, and there were some bridge problems from the port of Miami to the mainland. And they did bore a tunnel, and it was an amazing machine. And it was actually a Spanish company that did it, which was amazing too. And it would bore the hole. It went underneath the intercoastal, and it went under all the waterways. And it would backfill with concrete as it bored.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. And, you know, it was like a record breaker. It was like within 9 months, they had built this tunnel, which was phenomenal. So go ahead, Base.
Sorry. Well, you talking about boring tunnels. I think the Victoria line in London is the biggest tunnel. It's in the craziest location. They had to put lasers on all the buildings where it was being. They had to put lasers up to see if there was any movement in the land and all that, because it's so crazy. Certain parts of London, this new I think it's not Victoria line. It's called the Elizabeth line, after Queen Elizabeth, and I've seen the program about that. That is super crazy. There's two of these boring machines, and these boring machines, they don't come up. That's it. They cost like about 100 million each or something crazy, and they do their job and they stay there.
They just get buried.
They just get buried in the end. They just rot there in the end.
Wow, that's amazing. But you know what? The most amazing achievement is the tunnel between France and Great Britain. That is a major modern miracle that does not get enough credit. I've talked to people that have been on that train, and that is amazing. That is amazing engineering, and something that
it's easy. It's easier to get on that tunnel, that tunnel. It's easier to get on there than it is to get into a multi-story car park. Right, there's more room.
Can you drive a car through that?
No, you drive cars onto a train, basically.
But was there a time when you could drive cars through?
No.
What was the horrendous fire that happened?
That was a train. So that was the train going up, whether a car set it off or whatever. But yeah, they've got like escape things and all that down there.
Steve, you know what's amazing about that shit? It's underneath the channel. It means
I know.
You go to the bottom of the water, and then you go down another maybe 50 feet underneath that, or maybe 100 feet, and that's where the tunnel is.
Yeah,
that's what's amazing.
So we were getting migrants, and we're still getting it, clinging on to the bottom of it. Yeah, a few killed over a period of time, where they were clinging onto the bottom of the carriages and coming in like a bit like the FedEx driver, you know, and they pick out a couple of BLM people.
Well, you got to get on top, not underneath. That's the secret.
Yeah, but they got to hide. See, that's the thing. So they're hiding the chassis of them and stuff like that. Yeah,
that sounds awesome.
Does it ever impress you as to how desperate they might be to do that?
Well, I mean, when you're 18 and you've traveled 8 countries, and there's a thing there you don't think.
You just go for it. That's beautiful, man.
Let me just say this. Let me just say this, McGran. How desperate can they be when they're already in France? It's not like France is a poor war zone, war-torn war zone.
Right.
Good point.
And the thing is, McGran, they've travelled 8 countries to get to the UK. At least, in some cases, they're going up to 12 countries if they're going over the Balkans. And on top of that, at least 6 of those countries will be in the Schengen Agreement, where they'll receive all the right care. They can claim asylum there.
Right.
And there's nothing the host country can do. They're part of the Schengen Agreement, so
They can stop there.
yeah, they can, and refugees are supposed to stop at the first safe country. Now, I understand if you're not going to stop at Turkey, it's a bit of a shithole. But when you start getting to fucking Greece, Italy, and stuff, hold on a minute. And I don't want to. And the worst thing, I don't even want to push you onto Greece and Italy. It might sound like I am, but it's funny that all these migrants that are coming into Europe, they're Muslim, but they're not going to Muslim countries. They're fucking bypassing the Muslim countries. You know why they're bypassing the Muslim countries? Because the Muslim countries won't have them. They won't have them, and that's just the reality there. That's just black and white, So yeah, they come to Europe for the milk and honey, and the more north of Europe you come, the more milk and honey there is. I mean, you go to Greece, Italy, and Spain and stuff. I mean, the unemployment rate is through the roof, especially young. It's not good what's happening.
Based before it doesn't get to happen, Mrs. Lip was wondering if you had a good holiday season with your niece. I think it was your new niece.
Yeah, my new nephew and everything. Yeah, cool. It was really nice. Lunch was really nice. All the family were there, and the new baby was lush. Yeah, it was just really nice. And the baby's looks really bright. Eyes are a bit weird, but they always are at that age, you know.
Yes.
They can't.
Was he bald and he looked like Winston Churchill?
Yes.
I love that scene. There's a great scene in all the Winston Churchill movies. And
yes.
You saw that. Have you seen the scene where Winston Churchill gets on the subway?
Which movie?
All the Winston Churchill movies, bro.
No, all of them. Okay, go ahead.
Right.
No, there's only one. There's only one. It's the guy from Book of Eli. You know, the guy that runs the town. He's the guy that plays Winston Churchill, and he's absolutely fantastic. And he gets on a train, and he's talking about should we parlay with Germany and not go to war, and everybody gets upset, and everybody's like, no, we're not going to compromise, and he gets energized from this experience.
Are you talking about Denzel Washington?
No,
that's Book of Eli.
Yeah, Book of Eli, but the guy from the village that gets shot in the leg that wants the Bible, that actor.
I've never seen Book of Eli.
That's the actor that does Winston Churchill, and it's absolutely unbelievably beautiful, man. He does a great job. He's a great actor, but he's in the subway, and he for the first time, and everybody knows who he is, and he's asking them questions about should we compromise if we ask nicely, will the Germans give us a good deal? And everybody's like, no, absolutely not. Absolutely not. But prior to that, he's introducing himself, and there's a woman has a baby, and he asks what the boy's name is. And she says, well, he looks just like you, which is absolutely funny because he's a bald-haired little boy, because he's a baby. And he says, Madam, every child looks like me, which it was just fucking a great scene in the movie.
While we're talking about war, then let's talk about Ukraine.
Gathering Storm, I think it's the name of the movie. Gathering Storm.
All right, let's shall we go on to some year in review type stuff?
Yeah, where's your clips and stuff? It's getting late, dude. Roll that shit.
Yes, sir. Oh,
wait, I gotta say though, a minute ago you looked. I couldn't figure out if you were a barber or a botanist because you're giving so much care to the buds that you had in your hand. And you're snipping them just right, and And
I'm like
what were you
a-
doing snipping the outside? Like the
Tearing
hammers?
them down, just getting them fresh and ready.
Let's you
He's
get off that
sniffing them
because I
like
thought the people
Biden sniffing a child.
he was. I thought that like the hairs you like to keep, like that's what people brag about is all those hairs. You're like snipping them off. What's going on
Not
there?
necessarily. Yeah.
Oh, well, let us infantiles that don't know anything better.
So
let us
it
in on the
sounds
secret.
it sounds like he has some fresh stuff. Let's get rid
No,
of it.
it's not fresh stuff. It's just I like to get things just how I like it. Just certain.
Yeah.
What was that? Yeah.
So what are you doing? Storing stamen? You put the stamen in the papers?
Semen? You storing? Did he ask you you're storing semen?
I've seen
That's what I heard.
Stamen.
It's still sex talk to me.
Oh, bloody hell.
What is that? The female part of the fly?
No, that's the male part.
Oh, the male
Gotta
part.
see.
No, it is the female part. My mistake.
Ah, son of a bitch. Now the New York Times is going to make me buy it to look at it.
Yeah, I told you.
Hey.
That's why you can't go to the New York Times.
Degenerate thoughts.
Based. Do you know Albert the Pike? Because earlier he was really wanting your affection, and I think
Albert
it'll
the
make Albert the
Don't know.
Pike. You know him?
No.
Oh,
Is he-
I,
Because of
wish-
you.
I almost wish I wouldn't have asked now because he was asking if he
Let's have a look. Let's have a look.
followed you here and said that you weren't going to say hi.
Right there. I haven't looked in the chat. I don't look in the chat.
I know, me neither. I try to because cup of tea is always over there.
Always. I think he's crying now. Albert the Pike is crying because you don't know who he is.
I think cup of tea is crying too. Actually, he cries all the time. In fact, that teacup is filled with tears.
Well, the links in the chat.
Oh, he's crying. Yeah, he's crying. He's crying now. He just put a crying
Yeah.
emoji. Based.
Wow.
Who is?
Albert the Pike?
Albert the Pike was on. I think I don't want to assume for Albert's behalf, but I think he thought he was close friends with Based, and Based doesn't know who he is, and it's a little awkward.
Well, Based is a rock star.
I think what he's after is Bayes. Do you have a relationship with Albert the Pike?
I don't think he
know.
does.
I don't know Albert the Pike.
Oh.
Okay, very good. That's cleared up now.
Oh. Ooh.
Well, yeah. I mean, after that, I got rejected on that New York Times.
Oh
article.
yeah,
Oh, fuck.
yeah. Awkward. Albert says it's awkward. Based. Ugh.
Democracy docket. Democracy docket.
Well, do you think?
Go to the next one, Smoke Steve. You had like 10 of them, Smoke Steve. Just
Wait,
go to the
wait.
All
next-
right, all right. Let's go with Yeah, let's go with another one. You're right. Okay, I had
Go
like
for it,
10.
buddy.
You're right. Here we go, baby. All right. This year we nudged an asteroid. Had everybody heard about this?
No,
Yeah.
I didn't hear about it.
Oh no,
I think it was the Japanese that did it.
no,
No,
it
we
was
did
not.
it.
We
We
did it.
did it.
I think it
All
was Bruce Willis.
North Korea.
Last year, SpaceX launched a NASA mission led by Johns Hopkins University called DART, Double Asteroid Redirection Test. In his blow-by-blow account of it, David Brown says their target was an unassuming pair of asteroids 7 million miles away. Cool. Dubbed Didymos and Dimorphos. Right on.
Dimorphos.
Success was defined as a head-on collision with Dimorphos that would alter its orbital path by at least 73 seconds. Not bad. That's something. I think they did. Hello, anybody?
You described that almost McGrande-esque.
That's perfect. That's just what I was looking for. Number 2, magic mushrooms reduce depression. Has anyone heard about this?
Oh yeah,
I've heard
I've
that,
heard about
yeah.
both of these. Yes.
Microdosing.
Yeah.
Psilocybin's becoming very, very popular with the PTSD community.
I'm not a stranger to the fungus among us,
Mm.
and I've experienced a little bit.
No, we're not talking about athlete's foot here.
But Yeah,
You know you know that shit requires dairy cows.
no, it doesn't. That's an arcane myth, bro.
I got to tell you, it's the guys I knew. They used to wander the fields,
Right. That's not
especially
how it goes
after
down
it rains.
anymore.
You got to have rain, man. And then,
No, they sell kits now. People can.
well, I'm talking about harvesting in my day, buddy.
Yeah. I know. Right. Way back. Yeah. Anyways, magic mushrooms. The Earth got hotter in 2022.
Good.
I'm guessing it's going to get hotter in 2023 too.
So, Aphid, let's get your opinion on it. Is it mostly man, mostly the Earth, or a 50-50 combo of each?
I mean, it's impossible for any of us to say who's.
Yes.
Yeah, but I do feel like we are dwindling this Earth of its resources in a rapid rate that we need to address before it's too late. And I don't think
No
we will
way,
because
dude.
I think we always don't address things until it's too late. So whether we're going to do a difference, I think any I don't have a problem with any, reaction to try to eliminate as much of the Earth's resources as possible, because I think that it can
Are
only
you gonna
do harm.
Are you gonna hide like a Camaro in the garage, like an IROC or something? Or I don't know.
No, man. I do not practice what I preach. Both of the vehicles I drive get 13 miles a gallon, which is horrible.
Right. But if it came down to the days when you're replacing those, would you be thinking, I want to get a Mustang GT, or nothing crazy, but like an old muscle car to like kind of stash away, like maybe?
Well, I don't think they're ever going to eliminate, fossil fuels from, it's always going to be a thing where, maybe in, let's say 50 years, we have to go to a store like an AutoZone to get our fuel at a specialty place to power our old combustion engines. And that's, if that's what we have to do, that's fine, and if we want to pay the amount that we have to pay,
You get it by the quart.
yeah,
Yeah,
then
yeah, but
I don't agree. I think we should be able to have gas cars forever.
Yeah, me too. And I'll tell you, Steve, we're going to realize that because there are many shortfalls about EV vehicles.
Yeah, fuck
And
yeah.
that is the infrastructure is not in place. You cannot
that
have.
could change.
Yeah,
I know
it's going to change. It's
Fuck that.
absolutely
Fuck
going
that.
to change.
You should
You
be
guys
able
want to
have
say
a
that
gas
now?
car if you want
We
to
should have
a gas car.
anticipated this 10 years ago. Okay.
No, we shouldn't
I
have.
went-
We shouldn't have. We should
That's not how
always
we do
wait
things.
until. Yeah, exactly. We
We do
should
things
always
by
wait.
letting markets develop for these things.
Exactly right, Last Dance. I couldn't have said
So
it better
you guys
myself.
wanted
Yeah.
to make
I didn't let you.
wanted to
Yeah.
be impossible to buy one? I mean, what kind of logic is that?
You know what?
No,
this
I don't-
this
not
is
saying
what
that.
happens when you have a system that lacks central control, like the Chinese people. They plan these things out and they impose this shit on people. So
I don't think they're a great model. If
Yeah.
they do it
no,
one
they're
way,
not. I'm being facetious, but my point is,
yeah,
we're talking free
again,
market. We're talking free market, and that's what you guys are espousing, and I can agree with that.
if
But
the
the
Earth,
reality is I probably will never, ever in my lifetime own an electric vehicle.
yeah,
All right, let's hear it, base Chinese man. I want to hear your answer.
okay. So if the Earth is getting warmer, which was the statement, I would suggest that's a good thing, a very good thing, because if you actually look, if the climate gets colder to warmer, more people will die. Humans can survive the heat more than they can survive the cold.
Well,
So-
we do know that we just came out. Yeah. Oh, the cup of tea just wrote that. Basically, we just came out of an ice age.
Yeah.
What, 20,000 years ago or something, and
Yeah.
we could never support the current population if we were to get another ice age like that.
Yeah.
And in Earth's history, it's been alternating between ice ages and and
Yeah.
warming periods, and we really
It's funny. All these climate models they do, they don't go beyond a certain date because they don't want to show these certain things.
Yeah.
So no, we can't show things like that. Well, an ice age for 30, 40 years. Wow.
Well, I
No.
just
If I
think,
might provide some input, especially for you, Welshman, because you're on the great islands of the Great Britain, and that is the Gulf Stream, which is only driven by, and you and I are brothers because I got the Gulf Stream maybe 12 miles away from me, and believe me, it's pretty toasty out there. But my point is there's an issue with the ice melts. There's a question of introduction of fresh water into salinity, and there's all kinds of things that happen. Like when you put fresh water in, it starts to dive, and there's a natural process that's involved that makes that track around Newfoundland and Iceland and Greenland and over to you guys in the UK, which actually is the only reason you're not an iceberg today. It's because of the Gulf Stream.
well, what's your point going to be?
My point is, my impatient friend,
Sorry.
my point is that those are factors that are not being considered in global warming, which is the ice melts. It's not only about the level of the water coming up, it's an issue of the introduction of fresh water and its reaction to salt water and how that affects Gulf Stream in particular. And you guys can Google this all you want, and it's a fact. It's diminishing
Googling it all
of the Gulf Stream, which means it's going to have a grand effect on Eastern Europe or Western Europe.
Yeah, do people remember the Great Barrier Reef won't be here in like 10, 20 years? Remember that?
I do remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you Google Great Barrier Reef today, it's the best it's been for like 30, 40 years.
Oh, bullshit.
No, it's true.
No, it's diminished
Oh,
tremendously.
God, McGrande, stop. Just stop. I don't want to have your rant when you just can't figure it out yourself. Go on the computer before you make a cunt of yourself and Google it.
here's the thing, the rapid change of evolution will work itself out, but the rapid change that's more rapid than evolution can keep up with is what concerns me.
That is,
and the mass destruction, the mass distinction of physical, animals and species on this earth, that each we think
Mass
that
distinction?
extinction.
Okay.
Sorry, come on, man, it's 3.5 hours into the pub. Come on,
I
give me
think
a
you
break.
said extinction. That's what.
Yeah,
I
did I
heard.
see Last Dance? It's your fault, Smokes.
I have terrible.
But
hearing.
anyway, the I don't know. Like I said, I lose my train of thought and it's gone.
Mass extinction. You're talking about evolution happening, change
Right.
happening faster than evolution.
When you extinct something, there's no bringing it back, and there is definitely in the past. Well, it's been since the industrial age, which is a key to pretty much everything in this regards, if you ask me. That that there's no coming back from that, and it's going to take hundreds of thousands of years before we evolve, or not just us. We're selfish if we think of
By
it.
the way,
Absolutely. And put things into perspective, you're talking to people who are talking about never getting an EV vehicle and drinking gasoline or using gasoline in their vehicles. So
Cheers, buddy.
Cheers.
Hey, alcohol consumption. That's, you guys are adding to it, man.
I feel terrible. Just
Yeah.
terrible.
That's
Man, I farted some methanol like at least 4 times since we've been on.
Man,
the
you're
show.
as bad as a cow.
When Mount Etna fucking burps, right, it gives off so much CO2. It's like bears in, when you think about what we produce.
You can say that, but that's like if you're sitting there and it snows in like the end of October and people are like, "Oh, tell me about global warming." I mean, there's
Okay, yeah, but if
those are national things that we can't
if a
control.
volcano erupts fucking 100 days a year, right? Like Etna's always rumbling, and then
There's nothing we can do about that.
Yeah. Once every so often, it buffs off a load of fucking CO2 or whatever it shoots off, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
That
they
doesn't
say
piss
that's
away
such a huge amount. That's such a huge amount of CO2. It compares in to nothing what countries produce. So even though you say we do that, like when Krakatoa blew up, they've done it with the ice. They've gone back through the years with the ice up in the Antarctica, and they can work out Krakatoa because it's all fucking grey. Because there was so much shit in the sky that there was no seasons for a year or two, was there?
No, there was no sunlight.
Yeah, and
Those brave Krakatoans.
and there was complete famine around the world because there was no crops, etc. But you know that gave off so much CO2.
Poor
It doesn't-
bastard.
But what is to bring that up though? What is the point of that? Why is that relevant to even what we're?
Well,
even
what
talking
he's
about?
saying is essentially that our minute impact that we've caused by burning
Yeah.
coal is
But
nothing compared to the volcanoes.
Minute
Now,
is
what?
No, that's not true.
minute is
Now,
what I
Nathan,
would
what
have
you're
trouble.
saying is if we weren't here and the world was left to exist alone, it wouldn't have the problem. It's humans.
No,
that
I'm not
exact-
saying that. I'm saying, yeah, we can't control what we can't control, but we can control what we've done. And if you're going to look back at this planet in the past 100 years and say that we
Unwritten,
haven't
that's
had
nothing on a geological scale.
Not true.
if you're going to look back on this
Yeah,
planet
true.
in the past 100 years and
True.
say that we haven't had a negative impact on the health of this planet and the amount of species.
No. I'm not saying that, but you're not saying. We're talking specifically about global warming. I know we pissed in the rivers in Central.
What
I
we're
never
talking about-
said anything. I never
What
said
we're
anything.
talking about is things we can control and things we cannot control.
Right.
So
Here's
you
something
have-
else that could.
you have catastrophic events that occur. Maybe that may make our type of amends more imperative.
Last chance.
Here's something else to consider that with things like Krakatoa, that even if you do have a huge dump of CO2 into the atmosphere, if you don't do anything, it will the result will be more growth, more trees, more plants. It will kind of it will correct itself over, I don't know, a 20-year period or
Thanks, Steve.
maybe a 100-year period.
And also, anyone have any advice for Albert?
Pinch your left nut.
No, I'd say bust a nut and see if you just have the blue balls.
The issue isn't the pain; it's the asymmetry.
The asymmetry. Okay.
Finish Last Dance. I want to hear what.
So, we're not right. We're dumping so much CO2 in every year that never has a chance to recover, and that it never goes down in the atmosphere.
Right. It's a constant.
Right. And I'll have to be honest. I don't really know. I don't know if Based is right about the volcanoes. I can't. Maybe he's exactly right. I just don't know. There's so many details and I'm not an expert on this. That
I mean, I'm not saying humans. I think the change in climate is pretty much natural. I'll throw my hat and say humans have a very small part to play in that, but I do think we should clean up our act, and we should figure out better ways of doing things. And
Hear, hear.
but yeah, I don't believe that humans have any significant.
Oh my God, we're not significant in the effects.
I think it's just nature and it's a cycle, and that's what's going to happen.
I don't know.
That-
I think
that's
if
a
you would.
profound statement on your part. I'm glad you declared that.
I think if you took a step back and if you studied the Earth, take ourselves out of the situation and looked at the Earth over the past 100,000s of years, which humans have been here, but once the industrial age kicked in,
No, more like 20,000.
Yeah, let's go 20,000. Whatever amount of time frame you want to pick, and you just studied the Earth, you would see that, especially since the Industrial Age, the past 100 years, that we act exactly the same way as any fungus would be or any deterioration of any species, over time. We would look like we were an invasive
we're the
species
fungus,
and we're
if
destroying
we're
this planet.
I actually think that is profound.
You're calling the planet the host, and that we're the
Okay.
fungus.
Okay. The
Yeah.
planet.
And you're saying by us being alive, we're destroying it. I mean, come on.
Yes.
Absolutely, absolutely.
I actually think
Are
that
you
is-
shaming
that
us
is
the whole
brilliant.
of humanity? Give me
That
a
is
fucking
brilliant.
break.
Yeah,
Okay.
He's
absolutely,
saying that we're
In the
destroying
UK
every other living species
exactly.
by
But
basically consuming them
Yeah.
from
Yeah.
the earth.
Yeah. Our existence is paramount.
And on this track, it's
Yeah.
it's that if you look at Earth as a healthy unit, there's no
Right.
possible way in another, however long Smoke Steve wants to say 20,000, another
Okay.
20,000 years, that we wouldn't just completely eat up and just make this
Okay.
thing
In America
like an
now.
asteroid.
In America.
Completely hypothetical.
Wait there. In America, you have huge forests and 1,000-year-old trees or 500-year-old trees. Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, the UK, it was a forest. It didn't have fields. It was all forest, right? And the same, I would suggest, through a very high percentage of the world. Obviously, in the central parts of it, forests, etc. Now, there was a lot of CO2 around there as well. So, what I want to say to it all these trees, all these woods, we didn't knock all these down over a period of time. They burnt out. I'm sure humans obviously took down the last couple of years, industrially, or maybe
Wait,
100.
so
But apart from that, the majority of the world was a forest, all forest. Monkeys would flee from tree to tree; they wouldn't touch the ground. There's no gaps as such. But look at all that's changed. That's all changed naturally.
Not naturally. That was American.
Yeah,
That
but I mean,
was
okay,
human agriculture.
I'm going to tell you something. If you land in New York and take a plane to LA, you fly over the whole United States, and you're going to see, you probably won't ever see an area that's been affected by forest fires. But if you do, it's going to be a short part of your flight. You're going to see almost the whole entire time, almost one connecting area to the next, of areas that are huge metropolitan areas that are consuming this planet. It's not going to be the amount of time you spend looking at what forest fire you're talking about destroyed the planet.
Yeah, but
it's going to be minuscule compared to
but what you could
humans.
understand is America was just one big forest. There was no, well, there was plains in America, sorry, but in Europe, I know the UK. The statement they make is that the whole of the UK was a forest, and I would suggest that would be the same for mainland Europe. Going even through to Russia, as long as you don't go too north. So, and it all got burned down because it all just caught onto each other in the end, didn't it?
Well, I think in the U.S. it was mostly cleared rather than burned.
Yeah, I outspoke really.
There's still a massive spruce forest in northern Canada that goes all the way up, and that one is it eats a lot of carbon. There's room for carbon-eating trees around, I think.
CO2, you mean?
Yeah. Out west, you never forget Julia Butterfly Hill. She spent 700 days in a redwood to save a small stand of redwoods. Well, then it ended up being saved out in Northern California. That was back in the day. But I mean, it's a thing. I love trees. I hate to see places clear cut.
Agreed.
Everything that's privately owned, and even some things that are government owned, are eventually cut and cleared because land is more valuable when you use it. That's the bottom line.
We got to build those townhouses.
Yeah, I don't know
bring those people out there.
I just don't like to see a sustainable wildlife environment full of like a transitional forest moving on its way through pines and oaks and maples just being taken down. Like if they're going to do that, then maybe they can farm the trees in an area and make it sustainable, but not destroy entire ecosystems, I guess.
So in Cardiff, right, where I am, there's not much greenery in this part of Cardiff, the north part of Cardiff, and they've literally they're mowing it down now. I've done a couple of live streams over the last year. It's called North Country Meadows, and they're just fucking it up. It's going into a cancer hospital. They've been a cancer hospital. And it's like where it is. There's just high-rise blocks there. There's not much greenery there.
God, Base, we got to start spiking those trees.
Well,
we got to start.
Like you said, it's the last bit of greenery.
No, we got to pour water into the tanks of those high.
On my live streams, you can see the security now is this 360 robot. They've got 360 robot securities in there. I filmed it.
Really? That's
Wow. And they'll speak to you. They'll speak to you and go, "Oh, what are you doing?" Fuck off.
Guys, I'm gonna sign off, but Baze, I gotta tell you that you and I don't think too far apart, buddy.
That's gonna bother him.
That's what I've always taken out of your relationship.
Yeah. So you guys, Happy New Year. You stay
Happy
well.
New Year to you, McGran, and thanks for joining us often in 2022. Hope to see you as often in 2023.
2023.
Yes.
Yeah, you got it, McGrandy. Take care, comrade.
Cheers, man.
All right.
I'm out of here as well, lads. It's too late for me as well. I'm gonna get up.
Cheers,
Thank
Base.
you. Happy New Year to
later,
you.
Base.
Thank you, Base.
Nice one, chaps.
Always good talking with Base.
Enjoy. Take care.
Cheers, man.
Goodbye. Good night. Right.
Base and
on to
McGrande sharing the common ground tonight.
Yeah.
Real brothers in arms. Hey, now you're on to maybe the worst hat of the night. I don't know.
Don't say that. This is the Pia hat. This is
I love that hat. It's the best hat of the night.
How did you get a hat from Pia?
How did I get it? Because this was a famous hat for the Live Leak days, and
Well, I wasn't as much into Live Leak as you were. So
yeah. What I did was when Duke was dying, there's no other way to look at it.
Right.
Duke was gonna die.
Yep.
And everybody was donating money, and instead of donating money, I knew Duke's affinity to art, so I thought I'd draw a picture of him instead, and I did this, and I sent it to him, and I was sent back this and a bottle of jerk off hand sanitizer cream that you're supposed to put on your hands after you jerk off.
Oh,
sounds like something I could use.
For like 1 second, I thought you were gonna say like jerk off whiskey, and I'm like,
No.
oh wow, they say no jerk off cream. Okay, yeah,
It's
right.
like an antibacterial to use on your hands after you jerk off to keep your hands
That's
clean.
disturbing. But
That and the
perfect.
hat. That was my gift back.
Well, then that is special, and so I would call that a treasure.
Yeah, there's only a handful of live leakers that got the Pia hat, and I was lucky enough to be one of them.
I've only seen her just that one time when she appeared for a moment when Duke was on.
She came on the original pub, when Hayden hosted it.
I probably
several times.
Several times. She hated me that one show.
She was very opinionated. She was very
offended
opinionated.
her. I offended her because it was during the early times of COVID, and I said, I knew about Duke's health problems, so I said, if you're going to bring him in a hospital, wrap him in plastic, keep that boy safe. But then she was like, do you know what I've been through with him, you fucker? And I was like, no, that's not what I meant. I meant protect him because his immune system might be weak. But it didn't matter. What I said at that point, she had gone 100 miles a fucking hour. And I was like, okay, sorry.
And there was no turning back with her.
Right.
She would look into the camera and she would she would just.
It took some tact for me to apologize and then, like a few shows later, she was like,
You know what the phrase is? You can't unring the bell.
yeah. She was like, okay, Smoke Steve, you're a good guy. You're a good. I was like, all right, cool, man.
She became Russian apparently.
She had an accent.
Yeah, hers is even thicker.
Happy New Year, Albert the Pike, and I'm glad you solved the mystery.
Albert, Pikey, what's up, homeboy?
I like his avatar.
I do too.
It's very.
I
good.
can't see it.
I think
Well,
that is-
highlight. If you highlight one of his comments, it'll
Happy
come
New
bigger.
Year, Al.
Hey, look at that! Look at that!
It looks kind of like Popeye, like in a post-apocalyptic
Yeah,
world.
it's like a steampunk version of Popeye, is what it is.
Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't do it for me, but I'm glad you guys like it.
Oh, poor Albert's been hurt twice tonight by Smoke Steve.
No,
and
it's
what?
not that I don't. It's like a dude, you know? Like, it's not a chick. Like, you know.
So we all have to have hot chicks as our avatars for you to respect us? Is that what you're saying?
Wait, what's mine again? Mine's me, right? Let me
What
check.
is yours? I don't even
Yeah,
know.
it's me. It's me. It's
Like,
me
I don't
fishing.
even know.
It's me.
Me and
fishing.
Last Dance are consistent across the board with our avatars.
You are.
I use the same avatar in Live Leak. I use the same one on Twitter.
Twitter?
Yep. So
I
it's
can't
the same
remember what
avatar.
either of them is right now. All of a sudden, I'm flummoxed, even though I've seen it like 65,000 times. I
Well,
can't
I'm
remember
not gonna.
what
I'm
the
not
hell it
gonna
is.
fill you in until you figure it out yourself.
Oh, son of a bitch. It's all right. I got a lot of tabs open here, so.
Yeah. Do you have anything else you want to go through with me and Last Dance here?
I mean,
you had all kinds of stuff. What happened?
I could probably bring up the Supreme Court one. I have a tricky way of getting the stuff off the New York Times when it's paywall.
yeah, bring it up, because it was mostly like their decisions that looked interesting. I have what the hell happened to this one? All right, we nudged an asteroid. We already went over that. Magic mushrooms, we did that. The Earth is getting hotter. That's over. Oh, God. Now they're throwing up the pop-ups. So, like, this shit's going to be short-lived. All right. Brain cells in a dish played Pong. Did you hear that?
What? No. That I didn't hear.
Even I couldn't play Pong.
An experiment reported this year in Neuron combined elements of both tropes. Layers of brain cells wired up to a computer experienced a world consisting of variant of the video game Pong and learned to play. Okay. The researchers grew some brain cells out of human cells and collected others from mouse embryos, then played about 800,000 mouse. All right, yeah, that's I'm not reading very well here, so
Yeah, I wonder why.
could be the smoke, the booze, the rum. A blockchain reduced to No, we're not going to read that. We found 2 million-year-old mastodon DNA. Okay.
And you made steaks out of it and ate them.
Are we on to something else? The Pong's
Artificial
gone?
intelligence learned diplomacy. Now, this is what Duke was talking about on the Discord.
Chat GPT.
Yeah, did you ever look into it?
I didn't know what he was
I-
talking about.
I have been unable to get an account on that. I've tried. It just won't let me get an account. But
I'm friends with him on Facebook, and he's all about that on the Facebook too. And nobody seems to know what the hell he's talking about. I don't know what he's talking about either.
I mean, it sounds fascinating that you can literally tell this thing like how to build a code for, say, a simple game or even eventually more complex, and this thing will attempt to write the code that you tell it to.
It does an amazing job considering what the previous best thing was.
Right.
But it's not. I don't feel comfortable calling it artificial intelligence
Uh-huh.
because nobody knows what that is. And this does something called language modeling. It's very impressive. It's like nothing that's come before it.
Mm.
But yeah, it's pretty amazing. It really is. It produces beautifully written English that sounds convincing and authoritative, and it gets things close enough that people believe it. Sometimes it gets it right. Oftentimes it just sounds right and it's all gibberish. But yeah, it's making quite a buzz in the world.
There was two. I feel like they were Danish guys that came up with some code to write inspirational. Like in a boss's office, he'll have a picture of a mountain and it'll have like some kind of inspirational speech over
Inspirational posters.
Right. Well, there was these two. I think they were Danish, and they came up with this thing. And they programmed it to come up with these inspirational things, and they just posted it online, and the people were just eating it. They didn't say that it was just like gibberish. But the people were like, it was just nonsense stuff. But the way that it typed it out, it almost made sense, and you were like, you took your own meaning of what they were saying.
Right. Exactly.
It was just gibberish.
Damn right.
It's kind of scary. Not that it's so smart, but that we're so
right.
dumb.
Exactly.
So we'll run through a quick, maybe a quick list of the year, and then start thinking about ending it after.
It's your show.
You take your time. I'll be here.
January. The James Webb Space Telescope entered orbit. To me, that didn't seem like anything. You guys?
Well, it was exciting to see the pictures afterward.
Aphid?
I got nothing on it. I got nothing. I don't
like,
even know what you're
like
talking about.
in January, was that in your top 3 news stories?
I found it exciting because I knew I was looking forward to. I knew it was a very delicate instrument and anything could go wrong, and it would be, so many $1 billion.
Aphid, top 3?
Top 3 what? What happened this year?
Did you even know about it? Were you like...
No, I don't... I mean, maybe if you talked about it more, I'd remember it in some way, but no, I don't... There's a lot of space shit that happens, and this one's fading in.
Yeah,
I banked this in my space shit happened this year category.
All right, so February. What happened at big in February? Anyone want to guess? There was an invasion.
Oh, the Russians invaded Ukraine.
Yeah, okay, that was a big one. Maybe that's why we don't remember what happened in January.
Possibly.
Yeah, it
that's
was
a big one.
Yeah, huge.
I haven't been too upset with how it's turned out so far.
Okay.
In the overall scheme of things, it's pretty much lasted as long as I figured it probably would last. And if anything, the Ukrainians are doing better than I probably pictured they would have a year ago when this all started.
Yeah, right. I agree, but still, it's a disaster. It's a tragedy. It's a
it was going to be.
I wish there was some way to end it. I wish we and the West were doing more to find some way to find a peace.
What could we possibly do more that would help the situation?
We could certainly do a lot more in terms of discussing things. Whether there's a solution, I don't see a solution.
But the N word, right? The N word, negotiation.
Yeah, exactly.
But I mean, are they willing? Like, is it our responsibility? Like, is Russia wanting to sit down at the table and talk about any? Because
they'll sit down. They'll sit down with us. They'll sit down with us.
Like if Biden said, "Hey, Putin, let's sit down and talk about this." Okay.
Yeah, I believe they would.
Okay.
We still have diplomatic relations with Russia, so we could talk with them at many levels. And I don't think we are. Well, I don't think we were. I wouldn't be surprised if we're starting to talk with them now. But diplomacy is not some magic balm that makes everything work. It's probable that nothing This is a
Right.
very difficult situation, but you'll never know unless you try.
I agree with that. What do you got
Very
next,
well
Smoke
said.
Steve?
March, the wreck of the Endurance, the ship from Ernest Shackleton's ill-fated trans-Antarctica expedition from 1914, was found. The Endurance.
That's pretty cool.
You didn't know
Yeah.
about it, either of you two.
No,
Oh
man.
no,
I don't remember.
I read
I don't remember it.
read the book. It was a fascinating story.
I don't remember that at all.
Well, that the ship was found, or you wouldn't remember the
Nothing
wreck
about
because
it.
No.
Well, yeah, obviously not about the wreck. But I wasn't around then like you were. But the finding of it, I wasn't aware of either. All right.
Yeah,
if
and
I
there's the
don't remember it.
famous line from the song "The Wreck of the Endurance" that goes, "The lake she is known never gives up her dead. It's a big lake they call Gitchigumi."
No, wrong
That's
ship.
not. That's
Yeah,
not-
that's the ship.
No,
Wrong,
it isn't.
wrong ship, wrong location.
The lake it is said never
No.
gives up her dead when the gales of November come early.
Merly.
That was like one of my, like I would hear that riding around with my dad. You know.
That was a song about the USS Cat Stevens, and it was written by Gordon Lightfoot.
Yeah, Gordon Lightfoot. I was gonna say that. Actually.
I think he's still alive. He's quite old though.
And which
And I-
which
I
lake
did
was that?
say the
Those-
USS Cat Stevens, by the way. I don't know if
Why did you say Cat Stevens?
because it's the Edmund Fitzgerald, but it's an old joke from Seinfeld when Jerry says to Elaine, "Yeah, it was the USS Cat Stevens," like because she gets like. It's an obscure reference. Anyways, let's move on.
Well, the,
I gotta-
the lyrics
I gotta-
of the song is Superior. It is said never gives
Lake
up his
Superior.
stand.
Is Lake Superior? Is that the one it was?
Yeah, Lake Superior.
When the gales
I-
of November come
Amber,
early.
come early.
I actually ironically for Christmas I got a Cat Stevens record.
Oh, I love Cat Stevens. He's awesome.
I haven't had any desire to put that on at all.
Give it. Send it to me. Which one? Is it
It's
a
the one where
album
he's like
or a single?
It's like a no, it's an album. It's the full album. It's like I feel like there's like a Buddha maybe on the not a Buddha, but some kind of like I don't know, some kind of like Asian looking statue on the front.
Oh, I don't know that one.
Actually, I don't even think I put it wouldn't fit underneath my. I think I took that out and I was like, I don't even want this, so I think I put it over here. It's here. I think it's here. That's where I put them. Let me see. You can go on to your next one. Nope, it's not.
Okay, yeah. Ketanji Brown Jackson was confirmed as Justice of the United States Supreme Court in April.
Oh.
Pretty cool. She seems to know what she's doing. I have no issues with that.
I do not either. I'm excited to have her on the court.
Yeah. I mean, we certainly
I
need
don't
to
know.
have-
I think there's too much put towards, and I hate to say it, but here it is, Cat Steve. Yeah. I was right. Let me show this, and then I'll get back to my point.
Yeah.
It's
Show.
Ketanji Brown. See, that's it.
What does it say? Buddha chocolate box. Okay.
Buddha and the chocolate box. Anyway, what I was gonna say is there's too much, and it's not just for the Supreme Court, but for anything that we put too much into. Well, there's not enough of this person, or statistically, there's not this whatever it is, whether it's a black person, an Asian person, a female, whatever it is, that we don't, look at the most qualified candidates, and we should always look at the most qualified. I don't think that should be brought up at all. If I don't know what else to say to it. Is it fair? Well, I don't know, but
Well, it'll never happen again. We'll never look at the most qualified candidates again.
Yeah, I'm afraid you're right.
I thought that she seemed like a very intelligent and
She did. I don't got no problem with her.
perfectly
Well, I'm not-
paced person.
Oh, I agree. I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with her, but I'm just saying that.
But when they narrowed it,
a whole
what I was
bunch of
gonna say-
people aren't even putting their hat in the ring. these days.
exactly. And when it was narrowed down to the final 10 or whatever it was, every person in that final 10 fit that stereotype that he said he was going to, put up for the qualifications. And I don't know. It just leaves a sour taste in my mouth.
All right. Do we want to do May? Because it's not, it's a sad one.
Oh, yeah, do it.
A gunman in Uvalde, Texas, killed 19 students and 2 teachers at Robb Elementary School, and it was the 3rd deadliest school shooting in U.S. history.
Till
And
now.
I think the 2 that came at the time ahead of it, I'm going to guess, are going to be Newtown, Connecticut, and University of Virginia.
That sounds right.
Or how many how many get killed at Columbine? How many was that?
Like 7 or 8 or 9.
Oh, that's nothing.
Yeah, Columbine wasn't
Weekly.
wasn't known because of its numbers. It was known because of its earliness in the whole phenomenon of school shootings.
Right. The fad.
The shockingness of the trenchcoat mafia aspect.
Yeah, right.
Yep.
I went
the
to
isolated the videos that we all saw of them shooting trees and shit with like Mac 10s and whatever those ghetto fucking blasters were that they were using. Fucking $200 guns that shot like, I don't know, 30 rounds, pieces of crap, but the bullet still comes out really fast. So
That's right.
it doesn't really matter if it's $1,000 gun or a $200 gun. The person still dies,
Yep.
The school shooting thing, is almost impossible, in my opinion, to try to tackle. The gun problem is a different situation, but the mass shootings, those kind of things, I don't know.
I don't think there is a gun problem. I think there's a problem with people who shouldn't be getting guns.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you could say that's part of the gun problem.
Right, exactly. That's what I meant.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, all the law-abiding Americans that have had generations of firearm ownership in their family, who've never used them for anything other than lawful use, should not be penalized for these fucking assholes who do these crazy things.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that as well. I mean, it's really just 1 or 2 or 3 people and 100 million others who are doing the right way. And 1 or 2 or 3 shouldn't diminish the rights of 100 others. But people, and the other thing is that, I hate to minimize their deaths, but in terms of a big country the size of the United States, it's just not that much. It's not worse than the car accidents rates for the that state they're in. I mean, that's no reason not to try and stop it. I'm not trying to suggest that you should just ignore it, but everything should be put in perspective, I think.
Well, I mean, resources, money spent towards a certain problem, the amount of people, any statistical way you look at it, it's not like that day had a huge leap in the overall scheme of things. It was pretty much across the board. And the only thing I would disagree with what Smoke Steve said was
yes,
or not disagree with, but I think that people definition of penalized with the gun ownership, they think of, if you have to jump through more hoops or sign more papers or go through more training, that is being penalized. And I think that the overall view of penalized is maybe different in certain people's eyes than others.
No, yeah, I agree that I don't mind vetting and training gun ownership as long as it's not to an extreme. Like here in Massachusetts, it's like a couple $100 every 5 years.
Why didn't we think of that cup of tea?
Now, if it's your right, why should you have to pay so much for it? That doesn't seem right to me.
Well, I mean, if it's a money grabbing thing, that's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if I've seen that anywhere.
In Massachusetts,
are you saying like you got to pay like $1,000 or more, to
no, $200 every 5 years. to have a license to carry.
To carry as many firearms as you want.
Well,
Well, but
no, it's actually called a license to carry a concealed weapon. So it has
Yeah.
to be concealed. So
Well, I
if
mean,
you can
$200
conceal 35 fucking pistols, then yes, you're allowed to do that in this state.
so, but if you had, let's say you were, on the extreme end of things, and you had more than 24 firearms in your possession,
yes,
and you're still going to pay $200 every 5 years.
you have to if you want to carry
Yeah, but
one
and
on
you're
your
saying that that's
body.
extreme.
Oh yeah, because if it's a right of a person to do it, then you should be charging them maybe minimal processing fees. But
Yeah, you should charge them what it costs you to keep the
No,
regime
like-
in place. Not it shouldn't be a profit for the government.
Yeah, but
it's a right
they're
of the
not
person.
they're not profiting off of $200 every 5 years. I mean, break it down. You divide that by 5, and
What do you think it costs them to administer the program?
I don't know, but $40 a year, you have some state aid that other states don't have. to pay
The
for their
most
salaries.
expensive thing is if somebody has to type in the information one time.
Yeah, but it's what other states don't have.
No,
I mean,
my
they're
only
they're
point
pretty
with this,
far.
dude. It's a right. It's a right of an American.
Yeah, but
you
I mean,
shouldn't
so
be
is driving a
charged-
vehicle, but you still have to pay for your
Fine,
tax.
fine. Pay the same. No, it's not the same because there's
Yeah, it's a
ton
lot
of-
more to have a motor vehicle, but it's still your right.
There's
I
a
don't see
ton
what
of
you're getting
wear and
at here.
tear on the pavement. For the most part, most guys pay for.
Yeah,
their
but there's a
range
lot of wear and
fees.
tear on authorities that have to, address for all these, arrive to shootings and
No, we're
you know.
talking about guys who just are target shooting and use them for when people break into their home and thank God they can actually
Yeah,
have the
I disagree with
ability
you,
to
Aphid.
put
I
one
don't-
right through their head.
well, okay, let's
You
say
might
that's a
be
guy.
right, but I don't think they
Let's-
should be charging lawful concealed carry permit owners.
Let's say it's a guy that has a bunch of exotic cars, and he's still got to pay that same amount, even though he drives his vehicle less than 10 miles a year to whatever car show he's
It's
going
different. It's not.
to. Why is it different?
Because there's no right to have an exotic car in the Constitution, in the Bill of Rights. Okay,
Well, what is the right? What is the right in the Bill of Rights that you're talking about?
The right to
Why don't
bear
you
arms.
say it to
bro.
me.
The right to bear arms.
Okay.
Yeah. There's no right to a car. So if that's the case,
There's a point I had at one point. It
if
was
they
really-
have to tell you, okay, fine. If they want to say $50 or even $80 every 5 years, but fucking what the amount they're charging is not right. It's like
Yeah, but $200.
they're trying to reduce people
So
to
what
be able
would
to
you?
get
What
it.
would you? I don't know. With $200, I mean, it doesn't seem that, but that's.
It's
What are we talking?
It's,
$40.
$40 a year.
$40 a year.
and I think that is excessive.
What? Yeah. What would you be happy with?
Nothing. Like,
I think it. I might
Are-
say
a simple registering system.
I would think maybe a one-time fee of maybe $50, and then a very tiny recurring fee, as long as you don't change your information.
And, you know, if somebody
What would
fucks
you
up,
do? You think that should be kept on a computer database type of a situation, or?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure it's not.
well, that's a problem too. And if somebody fucks up, like I think it should be huge penalties. If somebody has a negligent discharge or some kind of a weird thing, whatever, like they need to monitor it as best as they can. Like, I don't think it. I want it to be safe, but you know, I don't even mind that they have an initial course to get it. I just think the reoccurring fee is a problem. I would even say to you, 100, 150 for the first time through, including like maybe some kind of a course or some kind of a verification. There's nothing wrong with that. Just to make sure people aren't like grabbing a gun and putting a round in it and shooting themselves in the fucking arm or head, like accidentally. Like there should be some level. I'm not saying that's wrong, but having this reoccurring thing to me seems crazy. I don't mind the training though.
Well, who's going to pay for that training?
The initial licensee with
Okay.
like I just said, it wouldn't be a big deal if it was a one-time shot. And that's how it is in this state. You have to actually get a private trainer who's state certified. They have to sign off on you that they've seen you handle firearms. And then, then you bring that certification to the state. Then the state tells you, okay, you're good. Now you pay us. And you're good for 5 years, then you come back and pay us again, but without getting the certification, and then 5 more years, you come back again. That's the bullshit part. It should be the one-time deal with the training. You're covered. Boom.
I generally like people to pay for the services they use, whether large or small. And that's my basic philosophy. If the government can legitimately and constitutionally maintain a database of gun users, then that requires some amount of infrastructure that has to be paid for. I want the people that use the guns to pay for it. Now, I don't think it's $200 every 5 years. It can't be that much.
Hell no.
So that's kind of my philosophy.
Instead of the general taxpayer.
Instead of the general taxpayer, right? As much as possible. There's some things that's impossible.
I agree. I totally agree with that.
Like some things that's impossible, like paying for the Department of Defense. Well, everybody, in some sense, uses it. Even people that don't like it, we all use it. So everybody has to pay an equal share for it.
Right.
But there are discrete things that you use that other people don't, where you can. Sort of say this person uses, say, the gun registration system, and this other person doesn't. And so, the costs, the licensing fees should be, to cover the costs. Governments aren't in the business to make a profit, so they shouldn't be any more than the costs.
That's right.
The costs may involve salaries and so forth, but.
What's June, Smoke Steve? Because we aren't even half through the year yet.
All right.
We're not going to finish till 2024.
The Supreme Court overruled Roe versus Wade, effectively criminalizing abortion in much of the nation. And I found this to be a very disturbing decision by the Supreme Court. Full stop.
I didn't like it. I didn't like Roe v. Wade, and I certainly understand why there is a lot of disapproval of it.
Now, let me clarify, Last Dance, when you say you didn't like Roe v. Wade.
I didn't like the legal reasoning, and I didn't think it was sound. And
from the original decision in 1970?
73.
Okay.
And I think it's an example of kind of bad Supreme Court thinking. At least the written opinions were just kind of really embarrassing in some cases.
Right, but as a man who I know yourself, you're a man who's a strong proponent of women's rights. And I know you to be that.
And I'd like to
find your heart.
Yeah, I think that is an important and critical right that women should have, the right to I think it's a part of the right to privacy. Mm-hmm. And a very fundamental part of that is the right to control what happens with your own body. I mean, that is perhaps one of the most private decisions you could ever make. And I understand, and I do, that there is another life involved, and you can't. There's no way to simplify this so that there's no conflict. There will always be a conflict because there is a woman's right and there is an unborn child, and you want to say they have rights, and there's
Well,
no
who
way
wants
to.
to say that?
Well, I do. I mean, I'm not saying that those rights are greater than the woman's right to decide. I'm just saying that is in there in the equation, and you can't, in my opinion, you can't talk yourself out of, out of recognizing that.
Mhm.
It's there. You can pretend it's not there, but it's there, and that conflict is inherent, and there's no way to simplify it out of the equation.
Essentially, what I came to discover about their decision was that it wasn't, at least overtly, about the decision itself or the context thereof. It was about the relation of it to the Constitution.
Yeah.
And that it should have been not even touched. It was something that they feel that the Supreme Court shouldn't have even dealt with, and
Correct.
that it should have been dealt with completely on an individual state level, and that they should have never had anything to do with it.
Right. They're saying that the Constitution does not outlaw abortion restrictions.
Right. It's not as though, in, say, for example, free speech, when somebody might yell fire in a crowded movie theater, that is literally something that is debatable in the Supreme Court. As you know, now recently we've come to find out that it might be legal to do that.
Right. It was never the fire in the crowded theater was never a law. It was just part of
Yeah.
one Supreme Court justice's analogy about why opinion, right? And it was just an analogy.
Yep.
So
So this thing that they're covering abortion had no pretext in law.
well, there are enumerated rights like speech, and then there
Right.
are there unenumerated rights that are implied by the Constitution, and that's the question. And I think you have to be very careful with unenumerated rights. I think you just can't. It has to be. Those have to be absolutely clear that they're there through either the history of the amendments or common law before the Constitution.
Well, is it going to be in writing? Is that what you mean?
Well, it'll be in writing in terms of prior cases that existed.
Right.
But it can't just be something that one Supreme Court decides is, they now see a right that's there that is not that nobody else did and is not enumerated. Otherwise, the Constitution itself has less meaning. In other words, it's the rights in there should be enumerated, and additional rights are supposed to be added by amendment. It's not judges that are supposed to sort of amend the Constitution in their minds and then write opinions that add rights.
Now, I want to keep this baby going. I think we're rolling. I just got to run out and pee. Do you guys want to keep going?
I do. I can run out and pee while you're running out and peeing.
No, you guys have to talk.
Oh, we got.
That's right, because we got cup of tea out there.
Yeah, pee too.
I mean, we got to stay here.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
Like, I'll come back, and then we can all do our thing.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
I'll just pee in my pants.
you go ahead. That'd be great.
So you know what I'm saying, Aphid? Am I being unclear?
No, I'm really similar along the same lines. I don't like stuff getting overturned, but that brings back to Roe versus Wade in the first place. We're a very large place, and I hate the fact that it's just jostled around with whoever's in office and whoever has the power.
Yep, I agree.
So but part of me is like, if some state wants to have their way, and it's a social issue, and I think social issues should be state by state, and that's just how I see it. You know,
It really, see, I don't like the result of overturning Roe v. Wade because I do think that that right should be a woman's right, and it really bothers me that states burden that and even criminalize it. It
right,
just seems wrong to me,
right.
and I hate to see it. But I just,
You know, and the whole thing where, you know, like if some little girl gets raped or something,
exactly.
she,
Let's just
she
take that
can't.
as an example. And
I
remember,
mean,
there was that case.
horrible.
There was this case that where people were talking about, and someone on Twitter said, "Oh, there's this girl who's like 9 years old," and she said, and I
Yeah,
was the first one to say that sounds like bullshit. Well, it wasn't. It was all true.
yeah,
I was wrong, and that's a great example because it's real and it was happening right then and there. And she had to. She couldn't get an abortion in the state she
yeah.
was
Or
in.
she has to find out some. You know, she has to travel to some other
Some
state so she
faraway
can have
state.
the.
She could. I think she was in Indiana, and she had to travel
Yeah, dude,
somewhere
we're
far
back.
away.
It's.
Jesus.
I mean, in that regards, it's absolutely horrible. So maybe if they could come through the middle and be like, you know, try to keep everybody happy with like having some restrictions like rape and something like that, you know, where that is across the board. They can
Yeah,
do whatever
some
they
states do
do.
that, but like some of these states, there's no restrictions, which
No,
make
no,
it even worse.
my state's one of those. So luckily, I live close to the border of Illinois, so
You
there's
know,
plenty of welcoming centers that they've built, you know, outside of St. Louis, because St. Louis you can't do it anymore, where they accommodate these people, but they also accommodate people that, which I have friends, and it's horrible for me to say this, but you know that I've had friends that have made that decision where, you know, they made a bad decision one night, and part of me is like, you know, that's killing a human being, and that person has every right to live just like the rest of us did. So
and that's
Wow,
the
you
other
guys are
issue.
talking about abortion? Holy shit.
Well, that wasn't the last thing we were on.
That's
Roe v. Wade.
crazy. I can't believe you said that, David.
I mean, some of the, I think I talk about there's human life involved, but I think a morning after pill, I don't think the human life aspect is significant at that point.
yeah,
Some of these
yeah.
states ban even that or try to ban even that.
Yeah, I mean, there's got to be a because then you come back to a condom, you know,
Right.
I mean,
You're
seriously,
preventing human life. I mean, it's
exactly. I mean, and that's ridiculous. So
and even those rights are not enumerated. So that
You know, when it came
those
down
are all
to
at risk too.
to what I was trying to decide with this, like, I would take a bunch of women that I respect to get together and make the call, because
well, that's true.
frankly, I don't have any idea when people talk about the religious aspect of this thing. You have to kind of take me out of it. I understand, and I would never want it to be beyond, like, I don't know, 16, 20 weeks, somewhere like that, 15, I don't know. Roberts even said, like, he thought that a happy medium would have been a 16-week or something along those lines. But,
Yeah.
that sounds fine to me, but I don't know. It's not
there
really
is-
for me to argue in my
Yeah.
IMHO. You know what I'm saying?
I am going to go to the bathroom since you, April.
Yeah, I gotta
go.
I gotta go too. I'm about
You
to
can
be
keep
like,
talking.
All right. Yeah, no problem.
Smoke
You know
Steve
what?
he's gonna have to handle his own show for a minute because I gotta go too.
We're going to play the urine song. It's as out of tune as it gets, baby. Anyways, while the boys are heading on over to there, we're going to go ahead and check and see what we have in line here for the list. The year in review. June was quite a year. July. Ooh. See what the guys think about this one. It was an interesting year for Japan. And if anyone can come up with what it might be, I'm going to go ahead and give you 10 points. Hey, look who it is. Aphid, what's up, man? Hey, you look good. The head's shaved, dude. I like it. You look sharp. Yo, can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you now.
You look good. The head, it's sharp with the you buzz cut. You dude.
High and tight.
I think it looks awesome, dude. Look good. Changes your whole look, man. I think it's sharp. And does your lady like it?
Well, like every 3 months, 3 months, I have to go through and just buzz the whole thing off.
Oh, okay. So it comes back by springtime. You'll be have the Brillo pad.
I was right.
Cool. There he is.
Last chance back too. That wasn't long enough for either one of us to wash our hands, by the way.
Oh, wash my hands. You know what? It isn't the worst thing that's been on this keyboard.
When my scientist buddy, who I've shown a few times that I'm smoking with here on the have you guys seen it? The picture?
Is that the one you posted when you had the cockpit earlier?
That we were smoking dope and like we had sunglasses on.
Is that your college buddy that comes to town every once in a while?
Yeah.
Talk about?
That's him. Yeah. Yeah, when he bitches to me about like, hey, did you wash your hands? I didn't hear the faucet. I always do, but my answer is always urine comes out sterile, bro. Don't worry about it.
It's funny because my dad always tells a story.
It's actually a myth too.
I don't know if it was true or a joke or what it was, but he said that he went into a urinal or a bathroom, and the one guy took a piss and like was walking out the door, and he's like, "Hey, where I come from, we wash our hands after we go to the bathroom." And then the guy that was walking out of the room was like, "Well, where I come from, we don't piss all over our hands."
Not bad. Not bad.
I should have said, where I come from, we drink piss.
No, not bad. Even better. All right. You guys ready for number June?
Yeah.
I think?
Yeah.
July.
I'm gonna-
July. Go ahead, guess. Anyone? Has to do with Japan.
Oh, the assassination of Shinzo Abe.
Correct.
Oh,
Was
cup
that
of
that
tea
long
already
ago?
got it.
Yeah, he got it because I kind of gave a preemptor of it when you guys were urinating all over your hands. It was awesome. All right, August. The FBI conducted a search of Mar-a-Lago.
Mar-a-Lago.
The former president, Donald Trump, and found classified materials, including documents labeled top secret. Not bad.
Yep.
That's pretty good. Certainly got a little more exciting than that. Anyways, September. Anybody? Come on. We have some British people here. September.
Oh, now I know.
The Queen?
Yes,
Queen
you got
dies.
It. You got it.
Has it been that long ago?
Yeah,
Mhm.
Queen Elizabeth II died in Scotland, age of 96.
96.
Her son Chuck took over as king. Chucky.
Chucky.
October. Anybody?
Got to give a hint.
Come on. Somebody took over something.
Oh, okay. I got it.
Yes. Elon Musk took over control of Twitter,
Yep.
bringing the social media giant a brash leadership style along with thousands of layoffs. Do you guys have any problem with the layoffs?
Not in the slightest.
Aphid?
I mean, no. I mean,
the company in the last, I don't know, something like 10 years had 2 profitable, 8 loss. I don't think it's a big deal to
No, I mean,
change things up. November. the projected red wave did not happen,
Did
as
not happen.
Republicans won a slim majority in the House and Democrats held control of the United States Senate.
And they lost a lot of races that were close. And if they hadn't had, right-wing MAGA maniacs, they would have won them, I think.
Mhm.
So, lesson not learned would be my guess.
Yeah,
agree.
I think it's going to happen again and
I
again and
agree.
again.
Yep.
Yeah, if they don't figure it out, it will, because it's a simple formula, and they're failing. The old, what do they call it? The GOP, the grand old party, literally, it's failing because they're not keeping up. In December, a suspect was arrested and charged with first-degree murder and the deaths of 4 University of Idaho students.
Yeah.
Number
True.
one news release
Trevor
combined with number 2, one that I completely disagree with, which was also, according to ESPN, the number 1 sports story of the year, which I also completely disagree with.
Death of Pele?
WNBA star Brittany
really?
Griner was returned home.
The story of the year?
I mean, the death of Pele is far more significant than that in terms of a sports story.
The World Cup was
The World Cup was far more significant.
That was the greatest sports story of the year. That was the greatest sports match I have seen, that I didn't have a dog in the hunt. It wasn't the Patriots. It wasn't the Sox. It wasn't, the fucking Celts or the Bruins. So I was just watching it, hoping for a good ball game, and it was fucking sick.
Argentina versus France. That was
one for the ages, bro.
That was amazing. And I don't even like soccer, but I was just glued,
it was unreal.
Holding my breath for the entire match. It was so tense and exciting.
The way that Argentina allowed you to feel, I felt complacent. I was like, "This is it, baby."
Yeah, it's
like
men versus boys. That's how it started out.
And then they came back, and Mbappe was on a tear. It was fucking crazy, dude.
It was great, man. I'm glad I saw you guys watching that and watched the tail end of it.
Yeah, it was epic, and thus ends the end of the list for CBS News Year in Review. Not bad. What else do we have? Well, I have one short thing I wanted to read.
Oh.
Did you figure out the New Yorker? Oh, wait, it's back.
Times?
No. Yeah, the New York Times. Yeah.
I can get a text listing of the article.
Not that great.
No, I mean,
thanks anyways.
Yeah.
Well, I think we're going to call this baby over, guys. It's 11:30 here.
I had a great time.
Cheers to you too.
It was a good pub, and
I hope
you guys can stay on if you want after I end it live.
I'm gonna go air fry some toaster raviolis from last night, and
I'm gonna go to bed, watch a show to get calmed down, and
all right,
call
cool.
it a night.
Right
Hey, I want to say I really enjoyed spending time with you guys in 2022. You were one of the highlights of the year for me, and look forward to talking to you guys in 2023 as well.
Who's cutting onions in here? Are you Smoke Steve?
Oh, stop that!
Great, buddy.
I love you, buddy.
All right, cheers, you guys.
Cheers, man. Cheers. I'm gonna do a little. We're gonna read a little bit here after you guys go.
So. All right.
All right. You too, cup of tea. Love you.
Peace, man. All right. All right. I'm going to read to you guys about Corporal Herschel Williams. He was the last surviving Medal of Honor winner from World War II. He's an American hero. He's the last one we had alive that passed away in 2022. Medal of Honor winner from World War II. It's United States Marine Corporal Herschel W. Williams. For conspicuous gallantry, intrepidity, at the risk of his life above and beyond the call of duty, as demolition sergeant serving with the 1st Battalion, 21st Marines. 3rd Marine Division. An action against enemy Japanese forces on Iwo Jima, Volcano Island. Quick to volunteer his services when tanks were maneuvering vainly to open a lane for our infantry through the network of reinforced concrete pillboxes, buried mines, and black volcanic sands. Corporal Williams daringly went forward alone to attempt the reduction of devastating machine gun fire from the unyielding positions. Covered only by 4 riflemen, he fought desperately for 4 hours under terrific enemy small arms fire and repeatedly returned to his own lines to prepare demolition charges and obtain serviced flamethrowers, struggling back frequently to the rear of the hostile encampments to wipe out one position after another. He achieved gallantry, was amazing. Thank you, sir. Corporal Herschel W. Williams, United States Marine Corps Reserve. Good night, everybody. God bless.